my graduation date of the PhD is in 2009, but my paper published in 2010. So almost we have struggled 2 years to get the publication because it's a very new technique and nobody is accepting. And second thing, my English is not up to the mark. So it's a lot of change happened. And every day I gone morning to meet with sir, and my writing part is a lot of red mark for all. So thanks for the Professor Sitaram for improving my English and up to the level, because it's very difficult for me because I am in Bengali medium. So coming back and to the IISc, some level, so I can code this part with the use of with the help of MATLAB. So next, I thought that I will wind up my finish, that because some computational work and some experiment I do, then I will finish the PhD. But sir told that again you have to move to the another technique that is quite advanced, support vector machine. That is, and so it's a very advanced technique, and that is better than the ANN. And then I have used these things, some typical one, geotechnical earthquake problem, liquefaction problem, and it's a giving very tremendous result that only 2 parameters, that peak ground acceleration and the cone resistance is required to classify the soil. So if you look at here also, that it takes almost 3 years, and it's a multiple rejection is happened from the journal. Then at least we got some good journal, natural hazard and earth systems. So it's very difficult because that time to digest, to convince the reviewer that how to publish, and it's very, very difficult to selling because I am good at the coding part, but how to sell the research? You have to sell yourself. You have to sell your research. It's very difficult. And Professor Sitaram is one thing is that how to write the paper, how to get the convince the reviewer. He is the expert, and he helps me a lot. So in this regard. So next, actually, I move to the prediction of the OCR also. That is some collaborative work based on the cone percentage data. That also I have used support vector regression. And then I have applied also settlement of the shallow foundation on cohesion soil based on various input parameter, load, width, length, and SPT value and depth of foundation. And then I have done one interesting studies here. I've done a sensitivity analysis. So I want to change that, I want to check that which parameter has the maximum effect on a settlement of the shallow foundation cohesionless soil. It depends on the various parameters. So after getting this result, I don't know how much it's correct because we have SPT value. That means soil parameter is the maximum role for the prediction of the settlement of the shallow foundation on the cohesionless soil. So, and then, so as this field is evolving every day. Every day you will get new things. So I want to discuss that some of the future application where we can apply this AI technique for the young generation. So LLM, you know that large language model, that ChatGPT, Claude, what we are using that they are using generally human-like text. So what is LLM actually? If you look at this figure, that if you want to predict the stability of a slope failure. So first, if you traditional AI, if you look at 20.3, 10, 35, 40, 4.7, 0.25. If you show any layman, they don't have any idea that what is these values, okay? But in LLM, you give as a sentence, as a human-like test. So that means unit is 20.3, cohesion is 10, internal friction is 35, slope angle is 40, slope height is 4.7, pore water pressure ratio is 0.25. So you will give human-like text so that the who does not know anything about that coding part, they also understand what these things, and computer also can give a good result. So next, as the concept of the hybrid AI is coming into the pictures nowadays, because in additional AI, generally traditional optimization technique, if you look at, they generally give the very huge number of minimum value. But we are only interested of the when our error will be 0. So if we apply the meta-heuristic optimization, that means that genetic algorithm, gray wool particle sum optimization, you can tell the model that this is my best solution, and you should go to that solution. So you can force the model to get this solution. So this is also very new technique. Next is the monitoring of the infrastructure, those bridges, all these things. So if you put some sensor, you will get the data set, and then you will use AI model, and then you can use the condition assessment as the service life prediction also. So generative AI actually one of the technique that they can generate the data set also. For example, you have a SPT value. You know that SPT does not give the continuous salt profile. They give the 1.5 interval, 1.5 interval data set. But in between 1.5 point interval, if you want to get the data set, then how will you get it? If you apply the generative AI tool, that can generate the data set based on the whatever you are giving the data set. Next is the big data concept. It's a very useful in civil engineering. How, for example, you are trying to develop a correlation between the SPT value with the angle of internal friction. So if you see that in this world, every day there is some SPT testing going on all over the world. So that means if you try to correct the all data set, then you will get a huge amount of data set, and that's called the 4V, volume, variety, velocity, and value and veracity. So there are various techniques are there, that is the Hadoop software and the Storm, Spark, and based on that we can take that decision also. So next is by using the big data, there is one paper published by Cortez et al. In the computer geoscience to prediction of the earthquake magnitude. I think interested reader can read this paper to get an idea also. So next is the monitoring of the infrastructure. See, if you see that monitoring of the infrastructure nowadays very crucial. For example, you have a wind turbine in the offshore wind turbine. So it's very difficult to go and check the wind turbine all time. So how we'll do the monitoring of the continuous monitoring of the infrastructure is very useful nowadays. So for the sustainability of the swimming structures. So here actually you can apply digital twin concept. Yeah, digital twin concept. So actually, what they will do, whatever the physical system is there, they will make one virtual system of the digital twin, and continuous data set you will got. And you will check that stability of the wind turbine or high-rise building continuously and based on the AI-based system. So it's also very new concept, and it will be a lot of things can be done by the digital twin system. I think yesterday, Sir also talking of the digital twin concept also. So next, I think I will wind up. Yeah, what is the take-home message I want to give you that? So what happened actually in Industry 4 context, the collection of the comprehensive evaluation of the data set from many different sources is the key role for when you are taking any infrastructure design. So AI can be useful for geotechnical field. But in the caution note, AI should be used with the ethical consideration, such as digital divide and the security and compliance, all these issues. So that's all. Thank you. And I don't know how much I have achieved in this field, but whatever I have achieved, many thanks to Professor Sitaram for introducing this field. Because if you not told me this work on this field, I never dream of all these things, because I will only do some experimental work and then I will get the PhD. Thanks for your help, sir.
Thank you for the nice talk, and your work 2010 was quite ahead of time, I must say. It was pre-AI era. And unfortunately, you didn't have the benefit of AI writing the code for you and checking the English for you. Today, it's all, okay. Time for a quick question, one or two quick questions. Okay, if not, I request Anita and Professor Jakka to say a few words. Yeah, but he already mentioned it. Yeah, please.
Good morning, all. I'm feeling very fortunate to be part of this program. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. My interaction with Professor Sitaram has started as a postdoctoral fellow. I left USA without any job and reached India. So I was wondering what to do. Then I got advice from Professor Bhuminathan to contact Professor Tg-2026. I wrote to him, immediately responded and asked me to meet him. I met, and on the same day after meeting, he offered me the postdoctoral fellowship. So actually, Sir is, he doesn't take any, he doesn't delay in anything. So he is very prompt and very quickly he takes the decisions, and he supports the students. As Professor Vinod mentioned, in his case, he's already student of Professor Sitaram, but I was not having any interactions, any contacts before. But in the first meeting itself, he supported me. So in fact, joining at IISc as a postdoc changed my perspective altogether, and particularly with Sitaram sir, he gave me opportunity to work in different areas, not in one areas, and that really helped me, like, to do multitasking. And he not only shares the resources and all, but he also gives the credit to whatever we do. My first task was to help him in drafting guidelines for seismic microzonation. So there he also made me as one of the member. So I'm very thankful. Then he gave me one interesting topic, liquefaction behavior of silty sands. So of course, I didn't work any experiments and all on that, but he shared the resources. And this topic is very complex, silty sands. Like people say, some research says it increases the liquefaction resistance, some says it decreases the liquefaction resistance. So, and it's all based on the perspective, like what indices we consider. So initially it was very difficult for me to understand, but through his publications, his research, and interactions with Sitaram sir, I understood the concept, and then we wrote a publication and published it in AUDITORIUM Geomechanics. Then afterwards, after leaving IISc also, my interactions with Sitaram sir continued, and in fact, I have more interactions with Sitaram sir as compared to my formal PhD supervisors. Whenever there is a need for any recommendation letter, first I used to contact Sitaram sir and Professor Bhuminathan also. So they used to support me a lot. And after my interactions continued after joining at IIT Roorkee, and when Professor Sitaram became the president of Indian Society of Earthquake Technology, he gave me opportunity to work as a secretary. So we, under his guidance, we have taken up many tasks. He not only give the opportunity, but he also involves in the every aspect. Like we bid for World Conference on Earthquake Engineering. In fact, we bid for 18 World Conference. And at that time, 17 was planned at Japan. Normally, it is unwritten rule that when World Conference is organized in one place, in one continent, they shift to the other continent. But I informed the same when we were bidding to Sitaram sir, but he said, you do, and let us see. So it's not only he encouraged me to work, but he himself also took part in the interactions with various national delegates and all. And that's really amazing. Like he, as mentioned, rather than looking for the outcomes, he always suggests and work. So it is one of the principles of Bhagavad Gita, without expecting results. In fact, although we couldn't get the World Conference on Earthquake Engineering, but we gave very tough competition. We just lost in 3 votes to the Italy. So that gave the momentum that now IISc is trying for the World Conference on Earthquake Engineering. So like that, Sari also gave me opportunity to work on organizing international conference that is on soil dynamics, that is popularly known as IISc. So thank you, sir. Thank you for all your guidance and support and encouragement, giving opportunities. It really helped me. Thank you all. Sir, I would like to pray God to give you more strength and good health to do more service to the society. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anita. I joined IISc in 2007 when my husband was doing PhD under TGS itself. And I started with him as a project associate. Then in 2008, I joined for PhD, completed in 2012, and remained with him for another 3 years. And in that way, I think I am the regular student who spent the maximum time with him continuously for 8 years. And in fact, those 8 years have transformed not only me, my family full. And for me, words are not enough to express the gratefulness of him, but still I would like to point 2 points, the positivity and like to avoid or ignore negativity, which he had taught me, not with words. He had shown how you have to imbibe positivity and also ignore the negativity, which gives you peace in your life. And maybe those qualities helped me to tide all the unprecedented challenges which came in my life when battling with cancer. Thank you so much.
Professor Sitaram studied in UBDT College in Davangere, and today fortunately we have the HOD of that college, Dr. K. Manjunatha here, so I request you to, thank you for coming this far.
Good morning to all. At the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to say a few words because I may not get time in the evening felicitation function. I am Dr. K. Manjunatha, Professor and Dean of University BD College of Engineering. I am heading the Civil Department where Professor Tg-2026 sir studied and graduated way back to 1979 or so. Professor Tg-2026 sir and a very good advisor to me. When I joined here for a PhD program, he used to give a lot of input, even though I did my PhD under Professor K. Subbarao sir at that time. In yesterday's program, Professor Tg-2026 had invited his teachers at UBD College of Engineering, Davangere. So what dedication sir is having towards the teachers taught to him. Moreover, our college started in the year 1951. Recently, we had celebrated Platinum Jubilee celebrations, for which Professor Tg-2026 sir was instrumental in inviting the Honorable Vice President of India, Dr. C.P. Radhakrishnan sir. The program was celebrated in a grand manner, and many international alumni had participated, and many other dignitaries across the country had participated. And also, Dr. Tg-2026 sir has helped in getting a lot of funds to our institution. In particular, Civil Engineering Department had guided on many occasions. He used to invite several times. Whenever we we invite the professor, no question of no. So he always some sort of dedication and affection towards the college where he had been graduated. Without taking much of your time. And also, when I was doing a PhD, sir used to take all of us to National Institute of Rock Mechanics, KGF, to discuss and explain about various rock mechanics aspects. And he contribution even after superannuation. A lot of energy, he's already having a lot of energy. Some more energy has to be given from the God, and good health and prosperity in the near future. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best, sir. Thank you very much.
Since yesterday, I'm getting to know many stories, anecdotes, and nice. And his answer to that person was that, okay, currently I'm not working on this, but you should contact my colleague Tgs-2026, and not only that, you read that paper, particularly published in 2022 and with a proper reference. That will give. And that is amazing. I mean, following research to that nitty-gritty, while you're a director, people become director, people become chair, but I don't know how many of them can really follow someone else's research. I mean, Tejas is my colleague, we talk every day. I know his work, but I didn't know about that particular work. So that's something tells about the inspiration for us. No, just stick to the research. Yeah, with that, maybe I'll hand over to the organizers.
Thank you to the chair, the panel, and the presenter for that deeply engaging session on computational method and geosynthetics, geomechanics, sorry. Now I would like to invite Professor Devraj Ghosh to honor the memento to the expert panel alongside with Professor Tg-2026. Now I would like to request Professor Tg-2026 to honor the session chair, Professor Devraj Ghosh.
And my quick thank to the community. This is the first time, as I said, I've been invited to any geotechnical forum. And thank you, Professor Anbadagan, for that.
Thank you, boss. Thank you. We now move forward to our 5th technical theme session on rock mechanics, tailing dams, and mining. To chair this vital session, I would like to honor to invite Professor P. Raghuveer Rao from IISc Bangalore to the dais.
Good morning. So now we'll have the session for Team 5, Rock Mechanics, Tailing Dams and Mining. And the presenters for the session is Professor V.B. Maji, IIT Madras. I request him to come to the dais. And Dr. Reshmi Sebastian, IIT Ropar. Dr. Vivek Padmanabha, IIT Guwahati. Professor Mahendra Singh, IIT Roorkee. Dr. H.S. Venkatesh, National Institute of Rock Mechanics, Bengaluru. Dr. More Ramalu, AICTE New Delhi, currently. So Professor Maji and Dr. Reshmi and Dr. Vivek are the former students of Professor Sitaram, and now they are the presenters for the session. And Professor Mahendra Singh and Dr. H.S. Venkatesh and Dr. More Ramalu are under the expert panel. So I think first now Professor Maji will make a brief presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, it's my respect and pranam to everyone. It's a historic auditorium where I'm getting the opportunity to present some of my nostalgic memories of my PhD days. It's really great. So thank you for the organizers. Thanks to organizers, Professor Anbadagan, Professor Parthasarthi, and the team inviting me for this presentations. and joining this conference honoring our Guru, Professor T.G. Sitaram. It's a great privilege and honor to work with him. So it has a wonderful time, great journey, which I will just glimpse upon. So, and of course, thanks to all volunteers for tirelessly putting effort to make this conference a success. Thanks to everybody who came forward and helping this conference. So thanks, and coming to my PhD days, it's really, as I mentioned, it's a nostalgic days, and I try to revisit all those memories. So first of all, I thank Professor T.G. Sitaram, sir, accepting me to be his PhD students, because that time, if I recall, like it was lot of students were approaching, and like everybody's in, like first choice was Professor Sitaram. So it's like it is a kind of privilege to work with him, and so I was fortunate and got this opportunity. And yesterday, as he mentioned, that usually those who come for PhD is quite raw and kind of less of that confidence, but he will give everything what was needed for a holistic growth, not just the technical. Obviously, his involvement is extraordinary during the PhD journey and after that. But obviously, it's a complete complete transformation will feel if you work with him. In fact, I was little less of confident, I should say, when I started my journey, because I never planned for whatever I do, it's like came in my way, just I did it. So I never planned what I am expected to do, at least till my 30s. So obviously, Professor Sitaram has tremendous role and motivating me to seriously take up this thing. So thank you, sir, for being my PhD advisor, and all other all aspect, the support and the transformation you gave. Whatever we are, and of course, I'm because of him. Because otherwise, if I don't, had I not done the PhD and focus on the research, in fact, even after PhD, I thought, because that time rock as a area of research was very limited. Most of the new IITs were not there, and the old IIT is very limited. So I thought it will be very difficult to get absorbed or something. So I thought, okay, just focus on some industry where I wanted to be free bird kind of person. But he only called me that, see, IIT Madras is looking for some person who, they are looking for some rock mechanics background, and we don't have that many. So and then I applied actually, and I got the opportunity to, and I accepted that. And then it's really the way I came to. Otherwise, I don't know where I would have been. So thank you for that also, sir, motivating me to come to academic, because I was not that confident that places like IIT Madras or IIT Delhi will seriously consider me. I had papers, but still I was less of confident that time. So thank you, sir, making me transform. So it is a kind of, as Professor I think Suresh mentioned, like it's a PhD is a rigorous training. So obviously, always he tells that to us, everybody, that it's a training. It's a journey where we learn a lot of things. Okay, and even while writing papers, he will not see what's the quality of the paper. But one statement I just wanted to mention, just to add, because a lot of things we were told for Professor TGS, and I endorse completely that. Like he's exceptionally nice and very supportive to all students. Always like positive. Never will have any destructive. Always constructive criticism. Even if it's some criticism, it will be very, very constructive. So even like first time when I made some paper and I asked him, sir, where should we plan for this paper? So he told me, finalize the paper. Every paper has its journal, so don't need to worry. Contrary to many other faculties, they will see, they'll see that, okay, whether it has come to that level, then we'll know it has a lot of lacunae, you just work on that further. But he told just we'll see what is the thing, and based on that, we'll decide the journal. So that's still a lot of statement. Because of lack of time, I don't want to say that many things, but every statement, whatever he made, I remember. And regarding even that confidence and all, he used to tell, like, no need to worry, you are not less. 1 million above you, 1 million below you, so don't compare. You are good, and that's just think big. So that kind of everything I remember crystal clear, especially my PhD days and whatever interaction with what happened with Professor TGS. So although I am a little shy to proactively reach him, and sometimes it's my introvert nature maybe possibly, but not just, I just want to ignore or something. Just please, sorry for any kind of thing where you expected me to be very, very proactive, but sorry, but definitely I'm doing good now, and they're happy, everybody like, so that's transformation, whatever acceptability for the organization you serve is very important. So it's not just your CV alone. So that's the complete package is important nowadays, how you transform yourself. So it's definitely, it has full, like, large contribution from TGS. So with this brief remark, I just wanted to start my journey, like what we had with Professor TGS. So thank you, sir, for this opportunity to this work with you with this rock mechanics area. So one of the nostalgic memory with thing, as I mentioned, is like the PhD work. So this is a simple approach to rock mass modeling, which I'll talk very brief because I want to be a little light with this technical content of this. So how it started is, like, it was, as you already know, that Professor is mostly started with his discontinuous journey from University of Waterloo with Professor Rothenberg and Professor Dussel. Professor Dussel happens to be my PhD examiner also. And then he mostly focused on fracturing rock, discrete media, fracturing modeling, simulation in discrete media for rock. And then also in postdoc, for petroleum applications, the hydrofracturing, he worked with Holder and Gray. So a lot of papers I have, that time itself I've gone through, and I was very fortunate to work in the area of rock where he started his career. And of course, he is a DM man that time mostly, but he did not have less respect for continuum. Because many of us in PhDs and all, whatever we do, discrete means we'll neglect that. As a continuum is a waste, we cannot do anything with continuum because everything is a discontinuum. But he is not like that. Not just continuum, he went one step ahead in this equivalent continuum, which is more practical. In fact, whatever like the starting point of that area, this practical equivalent continuum model, which was given by the then late Professor Hudson. He was the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Rock Mechanics and Mining Sciences, and the first paper, 2001, with Dr. Sridevi Jade, he's the first PhD student in the area of rock. So that was highly cited, in fact, more than 250 citation. It's a rock for rock, that is a very good number, and close to 300 citations is amazing, actually. So it's a very good work and highly cited. So we followed that, and of course, Professor Mahadevi, and then I started the PhD, and then later, Professor Lamlu, Professor Partho. That is another beauty of him. He is very, like, he was able to pull in people from different. He never compartmentalized the area. So even mining people like me and many other people from CSI labs and all, he could encourage them to do PhD. That's a great part thing, where we are very, very, like, secluded ourselves, most cases. But he was very open to all kind of areas. Okay, so that's how the things moved in the area of rock and blast, dynamic load. Then Dr. Reshmi also continued that work on the dynamic side, the discrete side of those rock mechanics. And then, of course, Vivek continued the work in hydrofracturing, an alternate approach, because he started his hydrofracturing, but again, that there was a lot of challenges with hydrofracturing, the real applications. So obviously, this the alternate method using sock tube was instrumental for thing. I think Vivek has done, Professor Sitaram and Vivek has done a great work, and he collaborated with the aerospace. That itself shows his broad vision. Thank you, sir. And then I'll. Got stuck with you. Huh? Okay, it's coming, no? So coming to this, I'll be very brief now. Sorry for some delay, slow going. So rock mass modeling, if you, many of you are familiar, it's quite complex. The picture you see is how complex the rock is. If you want to model it, it is quite difficult in continuum. Now, if you want to make it as a discontinuum, then also it's quite difficult because you may not be able to, with interface if you want to do, it will be quite challenging. So obviously, a kind of equivalent approach was more practical. That's how the name came, like practical equivalent model. And of course, the confinement, as you can see, when so this particular thing, intact rock and the rock mass, most of you may be familiar that what is rock and what is rock mass. With rock, with joints is basically the rock mass. Now, having a common constitutive model for rock mass is quite challenging because rock mass will have a different degrees of joints, fractures, fissures, or what, name it. And inherently in the field, it will have a lot of joints, fractures. So, and of course, with confinement, it will have a different kind of behavior it might show. So that's what this graphs, which is taken from my PhD thesis. So that's why most of the things I borrowed from my PhD presentations, the defense presentations. So this is what the continuum model is. When you are doing a discrete approach, you actually make some interface or particles on equivalent. You don't do that. Instead, what you do, you get an equivalent constitutive relationship for the rock mass and also the properties, the reduced value of the properties you actually use. So that's what the basic concept. And there are a lot of correlations which are available to get a rock mass properties. I'm not going into the detail. This is what the correlations where Professor Ramuti's correlations are very handy to use. We use that time to get a rock mass through joint factor rock mass properties. And then, of course, the constitutive model which we used is initially is the hyperbolic model, which is confining stress dependent. Many of, if you remember this, Duncan and Chang, and which is confining stress, because as I mentioned, the confining pressure plays a very important role. And with little, that's how the rock bolts and all, when we pre-stress, we give a lot of advantage we get. And when we did the element test, which was very, like, he encouraged me, I did not have much idea, and he told me, first you check with the element test. So we did something in FLAC 2D, and I implemented in FLAC 3D. It was the novel thing which we did that time. And the comparison, you see, actual FLAC output, you can see 2D and 3D, and it came close. So whatever K and N, what is the modulus number, the modulus exponent, all those things we derived. And also, that is another thing, which was also exactly what he told, what I did, that block jointed specimen, which is like Brown and Trollope, that type is. So this is a block jointed specimen. We wanted to simulate using equivalent approach, and we could almost compare reasonably well with our model, whichever developed. Then we extended to the applications. So this is what Siovara power cavern, which was like very famous within 1 minute. So which was highly instrumented. So that's how he suggested that you continue that, where there was a lot of. So we modeled it using FLAC 3D and a lot of good observation and results we see. Even the stage excavation we see, you could model using our model, the practical model. And of course, we compared with various other models which were used, and the predictions were very good. And also with supports, we compared, and then we also, other case study, I'm not going into detail, that is another Himachal Pradesh, the Naphtha Chakri project we did, that thing. And the last case, I'll just talk about that, Anjikhat Bridge, because a lot of talk about the Chenab Bridge, obviously. I don't want to go into that, but that was obvious, Professor. Lot of work has been done in the Chenab side, but the Anjikhat, which is thing. So initially, that's very initial phase, and Professor may remember this. So this is initially, the arch bridge was initial planning possibly that we actually did that. All the profile we generated, and then all the pier locations we modeled, and you see the rock mass. Actually, Professor went and took that picture. And then the present, last year I think it got inaugurated. You see the this cable state bridge. They changed that thing, and this is what we did, analysis, all the loads. If you remember, just for processing, I think you can remember, we did the analysis for using FLAC with pier loads, that whatever thing, and all reduced properties for the rock mass, and we came out with, although the factor safety is good, but it is not maybe that good. That's how they came, overall design also, they revisited. Okay, and this is what the calculation process suggested. That time we did some load ratio and also the moment ratio, the pier load versus the whole rock mass movement, and we checked that how much the ratio is. Okay, so this is, and then later I extended this in some of the things in my IIT Madras also. Even one interesting work in the reinforced soil, like joints will weaken the rock mass. In case of reinforced soil, it is strengthening the soil. So that's concept I used, and then we could work on MS student we guided, and it came out well, the work. A lot of experiment also we did. Then fracture growth studies we did in, we are doing now. We are extending to various other aspects. So we are extensively doing this fracture growth. Of course, link is in my PhD, obvious, so a lot of links are there. And of course, this is what I wanted to highlight. Thank you so much. And some of my earlier, we had a lot of memories, but pictures were waiting. So some pictures. Recently visited our lab also, and our colleagues also. We had a lot of good interaction. Even in busy schedule, he could. Thank you so much, sir, interacting with us. We felt very happy, and even our colleagues remember that. We visited his house also. I think 2 years back. So it was. Thank you, sir, hosting us. Madam also, thank you. And also, it's a very prestigious moment. In Jalandhar, I think my student also got the Innovative Instrumentation, Best Instrumentation Award, Rajguru. He finished his PhD. So it's a proud moment with my advisor is getting. So thank you so much, sir. All the support and.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rishmi Sebastian. I'm just checking with that. Yeah. So here I'm going to mainly present my PhD research work, and then I'll quickly go through some of the work that my students have done. So first of all, I would like to thank Sitaram sir for admitting me for the PhD program in IISc Bangalore, and then guiding me all through 5-6 years. And then also, sir, only just because of you that I am standing here and as a faculty in IIT Ropar. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance all these years. Thanks. So my PhD thesis was on seismic wave propagation in jointed rocks. So this was basically a combination of the earthquake geotechnical engineering and rock mechanics. So basically we were trying to answer how some questions in the field of earthquake engineering. How do waves propagated in jointed rocks? How do seismic waves get attenuated? And what is the usual range of strain levels when a seismic wave is propagating through the rock mass? And how do moduli of the rock mass vary with varying strain levels? So to address these questions, we had defined two conditions. I mean, there are 3 conditions in total. We addressed 2 of them. There is a long wavelength condition, and there is a short wavelength condition, and there is also an intermediate wavelength condition. In a short wavelength condition, what we consider that if the wavelength of the propagating wave is much larger than the joint spacing, in that case, we call it as a long wavelength condition. And if the wavelength of the propagating wave is much shorter than the joint spacing, we call it as a short wavelength condition. And on the other hand, if the wavelength of the propagating wave is almost in the same range as that of the joint spacing, we call it as an intermediate wavelength condition. So the long wavelength condition is the most common condition existing in the field. To address that issue, we had conducted some laboratory experiments using resonant column apparatus. And for that, we were basically trying to see how the waves are propagating across each joint and how this wave propagation parameters are changing each time. So for that, initially we started the simulations by varying the joint spacing, by varying joint orientation. So that were the cases simulated for frictional joints. And in the case of fill joints, that means in the rock mass, we may have some gauge material or infill material in them. So in that case, the response would be totally different. So in order to simulate the same, we had introduced some kaolinite material also into it. And these are basically the results that we had seen. And we could see that with the increasing number of joints, or if the joint spacing is less, then the shear wave velocity would decrease drastically. And also, when the amplitude of the shear waves are really high, the strain levels introduced in the rock mass are also high, and at the same time, the wave velocities would decrease, and also the moduli of the rock mass also would decrease. And for the, with response to the joint orientation, when the waves are striking perpendicular to the rock joint, the waves are damped the most, and if it is parallel to the rock joint, then the waves are damped the least. And when we say that, if there are infill material in between them, then the waves are damped the much higher than, much larger than that we have for the frictional joints. So then we proceeded with the numerical simulation of the laboratory experiments. That is, with the resonant column experiments were simulated in the DEM. So whenever we have a single joint in the rock material, we cannot trust on the continuum modeling. We have to specifically go for a discontinuum modeling. So in that case, we had to use 3DEX software, three-dimensional distinct element code. And we could see that within the material itself, there is a dissipation of the energy, which is an indicator of a dissipative medium, and it's a clear indication of the nonlinear behavior of the rock material as such. And with the introduction of rock joints into it, this dissipation, this dissipation behavior which becomes much large. And then for studying the intermediate wavelength condition, we made use of the Bender extender element test and the numerical simulations. And we defined the energy, and we used this energy transmission with the help of energy coefficients. And we could see that when a wave is striking in a rock joint, some of the energy gets transmitted, some of the energy gets reflected, and some of the energy would get absorbed at the rock joint. So therefore, we could see that when multiple joints are present, there will be a multiple reflection of the waves or a wave energy happening between the rock joints. As a result, therefore, the transmission would reduce drastically. So this work was again extended further, and I could also model the wave conversion. That means if the wave is hitting the rock joint, not normal to the joint, then a wave of the other type also would get generated. For example, if a shear wave is hitting the rock joint, not normal to it, then a component of the P wave also would get generated. But we could find that most of the energy would be contained still in the shear wave, but there will be a small proportion of the energy would be contained in the P wave that is getting produced. So these are some of the advancements from my research in IISc Bangalore. So this is just summarizing the work by my first student. So, she extended my laboratory experiments using resonant column and cyclic torsional shear, and she would study the effect of loading rate, torque, amplitude, excitation frequency, etc. And also she tried to quantify the joint roughness. That means when we are measuring the joint roughness with the help of joint roughness coefficient. So she developed a cost-effective photogrammetric technique to quantify the joint roughness coefficient without using a high-cost scanners. And then again, we could introduce natural rubber latex as a damping infill material that could dampen the energy of the waves when it is used as underground structures. So these are the publications out of her research. And then another advancement is the use of infrared thermography in rock mechanics. So we know that rock burst is a serious hazardous dynamic failure in the mines. And rock burst generally is associated with high strength rock materials. That means, for example, granite. So when the stresses are getting, just one second. So when we are loading a rock material, some micro cracks would get developed, which is not visible to us, but everything would collapse as of a sudden. So if we can pick up the formation of micro cracks within the rock material at that time, then we can predict the rock burst phenomena in the rock mines. So therefore, we introduce infrared thermography to that. So in the infrared thermographic camera, we are picking up the thermal anomalies that are getting developed during the stress concentration in the rock material, and also due to the propagation of the microcracks. So with this way, and also we introduce the machine learning techniques also to automate this process. So these are the acknowledgements. And these are some fond memories that I have with Sitaram sir, because we did not have much, at that time we never had the habit of taking much photos, so I did not have many of them. So these few pictures, two are that taken during the Asian Rock Mechanics Conference in Delhi, and one was from our PhD days. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. We have last 2 days, yeah, like at least we have been seeing the different areas which professor has worked. So I thought I'll put it in a context from the strain rate perspective. So he has worked right from creep to as high as blast. So you can see quasi-static loading, Amarnath and other groups have worked, and hydraulic fracturing, his own PhD was on that. And then earthquake, there are multiple, like I think numerous PhDs. And then I come with a blast, and of course, Dr. Ramlu and Partho supported in this sort of study. Okay, so when a PhD, actually, I was destined to get, I was destined to be his student, because I went for my PhD, or I had this ambition of going abroad for PhD. So I went to University of Illinois for PhD. But there were some issues or some personal things, so I had to come back. Then again, I had different paths. But then the final person who stood and took me was Professor Sitaram. So I can clearly see there was a destination for me to work with him, and I cherish that moment till today. So the problems which we worked specifically, I have highlighted here. So the first is on rock excavations or mining-related works, and protections or underground structures, which includes tunnels, metro systems, pipelines, and so on. And then soil barrier system. This is an interesting work which I'll detail in the upcoming slides. And then we also looked for the alternative for hydraulic fracturing. Okay, so when we typically think of explosive related study, is what is that we need to deal with explosives. But that's not going to happen in academic institute. So because Ramlu, he is from CSIR lab, he had the privilege of using explosives. But I don't have that, so we were finding an alternate thing. So that's where a professor had called me one day, and he told that you have two problems with you. One is on liquefaction or DEM-based work. The other one will be a completely interdisciplinary work. You don't have any fundamental thesis for you I can hand over. It is you who have to find a problem in it. So whichever you choose, we can go ahead. So I was sort of very enthusiastic that time, of course now also, but that time it was more enthusiastic. And when you enter professor's cabin, the energy, what he gives you, makes you to take those kind of challenges. And I did take that. I told, sir, I'll go with this interdisciplinary problem. Then I asked, what is this interdisciplinary problem? He said, you're going to bring an aerospace instrument in it and trying to put into a geotechnical system. This was completely mind-boggling thing, because this has never been attempted in the entire, not even India or world, where a geotechnical problem has been addressed using a shock tube facility, which is predominantly used by aeronautical engineering for a different application. So what does we do? Very quickly, I'll just say. So this sort of a facility or shock tube basically generates a shock wave. These are nothing but a high-intensity waves or a shock fronts, which are formed when a supersonic jets or any medium which travels at a speed higher than the speed of sound. Okay, so that's where the shock front is formed. Now, how are we going to integrate that into the geosystems? So this, what we have the overlap between our problems is that blast or any high impact loads will generate shock wave in the materials. So we have to integrate this shock wave into our system. So that's where we got the access to the shock tube in IISc. So we worked on different kind of shock tubes, right from ranging from 5 meters in length to having a tabletop which is just 200 mm in length. So for different scaling in different problems, because each problem has its own conditions. So based on the need of the problem, we changed our tubes. So the first one is for the rock fragmentation. So here is like primarily what Dr. Ramlu did, where he did the fragmentation process or the jointed rocks with the explosives. So we wanted to, and because what happens with the explosives is the one disadvantage is that you can't do a controlled study. It will be more on a testing basis it will work. But to do a controlled and a more systematic study, that would be not the ideal option. So that's where the shock tube comes, where you can precisely control the repeatable conditions and the pressure ranges which you want to achieve in the such high intensity range. So what we did this fragmentation studies for different simulated rocks and as well as for the natural rocks, and try to understand the grain size distribution of these fragments. The aim of this work is to backtrack from the fragments what we got, can we address the failure mechanism at which strain rate these fragments were generated. Okay, so we did that, and to complement that, we did the coupled Eulerian simulations, where we simulated the shock in Eulerian domain and the fragment or the rocks in the Lagrangian, and then we coupled this simulation and used extended FEM for the crack propagations. And then we, as I said, wide problems were exposed for because this study was like we want to open it to the geotechnical community that this sort of study can be done. So we wanted to address different issues for different problems. So this was for understanding the wave propagation during any blast events. So we recreated the entire scenario in a small tank, and then we had this embedded sensors in it, and then we had the stress wave propagation through the sensors. And also we also measured the peak particle velocity. So we were able to actually, this is one of the study where it was highly appreciated by the reviewers, because we don't have the peak particle velocity for a different scaled blast distance. We have for earthquake frequency ranges, but for the ranges in which we are talking, we do not have this. So this sort of a correlation would really help for people who design blast resistant structures, especially using sand as a mitigating media. So that time you know what kind of particle velocities you can reach at the embedded structures. And then we also went ahead to understand the strain distribution by using a DIC method. The more challenge here was this, we hardly got 3 to 4 frames, because this was captured around 10,000 frames per second, and correlating the DIC was quite challenging. We wrote our own in-house code to do that particular work. As I said, the application of this was embedded systems. The one is pipelines, which we did. We did a pipeline, we buried into the sand deposits, and we tried to measure the deflections and so on, and then we established a scaling law to relate it to the real scale conditions. And this similar study was also done. Yesterday, Professor Vasant had told, Professor, I worked with Germany with a Sense Metro project, where to understand the threat levels in Bangalore Metro. He worked on Delhi, and we worked on Bangalore Metro tunnels, and I was part of this in some part of the simulations, and as I said, the previous embedded structures under blast loading as well. And then the interesting part came. So then we were looking for problems. Every time when I go meet with him, I'll get a new problem. So it's like I go there, I get another problem. So each time I go, I take a problem. Even today also, I have so many list of problems discussed with him. So that's what I'm giving to my PhD students. So this problem, he said he went to the airport and he saw stacks of sandbags. Everywhere it is around, sandbags are there. And he said, are we really designing a sandbag for a blast? Is this scientifically designed method or not? Can you tell me, can we do a systematic study for a sandbag for a blast protection? Because till date, because you can see this was done from World War I to World War II, or like even present day also, we use. Then I dug up some literature, and we saw there are some systems which people have evolved over it, where they have used geosynthetics as the basket, and then we have this high tensile wires, and then we try to do that. What we thought is, can we quantify and make a design parameter for this to understand the blast? Like if you want to say, if I want to have a protective structure, what kind of gradation can I have? What kind of geosynthetic material I have? How does the wave interacts within this particular medium? So that's where we use, again, the shock tube comes to the rescue. We put a section of this geotextile medium into this shock tube. Then we measure the simple upstream, downstream pressure, understand the shock attenuation process. But then we did also the micromechanical study to see if there are any fragmentation which happens through this high strain shock measurements. This was published in Geotextile and Geomembrane as well. Another interesting problem, I'll take another 2 minutes. So another interesting problem was landmine simulators. So what happens is explosives are buried below, and then this landmine triggers. when this happens, it's not the explosion energy which is going to affect the superstructure. It is the particles which are going to transfer the impulse to the superstructure. These particles acts as a micro-projectile which hits the superstructure. That's where the complete impulse gets transferred. So we thought we'll address this problem too. Again, with the shock tube. So here what we did, initially we had the shock tube buried inside the sand chamber, and then we triggered it. But when we saw the pressure levels, it was much lower, around 25 bar, that is around 2.5 MPa. That was too low for considering the landmine kind of a blast. So then we went for a detonation-driven shock tube. Yesterday, the first hydrogen train was released. It works exactly on the same principle. We say it is working on water. What does we do? We're using the water, we split it using electrolysis. You get hydrogen and oxygen, and then you detonate the oxygen in front of the hydrogen. That's how the hydrogen theory works. And same thing we did. We had a water chamber, electrolysis. We split the hydrogen and oxygen, and then we ignite, or a detonation happens in presence of oxygen. So then we were able to get for the same, sorry, which was back. So we were able to get for the same pressure around 400 bar of pressure, which was huge, and that was like sort of a eureka moment for us, because we were thinking whether this will not work for considering this application, but then when we saw this pressure levels, we were really happy about it. And then we used the high-speed camera to understand the ejecta characteristics. Basically, we wanted to see the trajectory of these individual particles and try to understand its behavior, and of course, on the impulse part also. We put an impulse pendulum. All these things were built in our local workshop, and those, I should appreciate them at this hour, because without those people, we will not be fabricating so many things at every week we keep changing our design. So it was really helpful. So this impulse pendulum was built here, and with this we were able to determine at what depth we were able to get the maximum impulse. Lastly, we had the, this bean has been running in our background, so we along with other problems, at the end of our discussion, we will somehow conclude with this, what's going on with this thing, because this was our core sort of a vision to have. So, sir, of course, we have seen, he has worked on hydraulic, he has huge knowledge in this thing. So that's where he brought me the problem, or rather we discussed the problem. He said, the main disadvantage of hydraulic fracturing is the use of water, because tremendous amount of water is done. Can we replace this with an alternate technology? So then the question was whether, because we worked on shocks can generate tremendous energy and tremendous sort of instantaneous power, instantaneous impulse, can we use this to break rocks or use for the fracturing purpose? So interestingly, then we went ahead, as previous speakers have told, he was the first to build the triaxial, cyclic triaxial facility, and he is also the first person who built a true triaxial facility, and more importantly, he integrated a shock tube with this, which was much more challenging. So we did that, and we tested some of the rock samples. We got it imported from Kenya, I believe. Professor Dr. Parthsarthi was the one who helped us to bring these samples. And then we did with the shock tube, shock test, and then we examined. What we observed, interestingly, is that as the shocks appear, the pores were getting connected. So this is really important, because in hydraulic fracturing, when a rock breaks, the oil tapped energy comes from the major fractures. But what we are trying to do here is, if we can connect these sort of the pores, then the tapped micropores, the oils in different form in the micropores can also be connected, and the production or the way we can tap the energy can be much higher. So in micro CT images, we could see that these pores are getting connected with repeated shocks. Of course, then this went on to a large scale sort of innovation, where we had a team from aerospace, of course, and civil also, and we proposed this to ONGC, and then ONGC chairman was there. He came to our lab and he witnessed these tests to precision questions. A lot of questions were thrown at us, and we were able to convince them. And then I think in front of Prime Minister Modi, the MOU was signed on this ambitious project. Of course, these are a conceptual demonstration problem. It takes still time to go into the real field conditions, but I'm sure at some time it will be happening. And also, I'm currently working, so I'm sure on the same lines I'll take it forward with the support of sir. And also, we extended this problem in our in-house, this is near the CMS. What happens, so this was the thing happened, then parallelly we thought hydraulic fracturing is huge of money is there. First, let's see if a local problem can be solved, which is like you have these borewells which get clogged, many borewells get, though the aquifer will be nearby, but the borewells gets clogged. If you can instantaneously, because people use hydraulic water to release these cloggages. But we thought, can we use this sort of a technology? So what we did, we took the entire shock tube from our lab, put it on the CMS. So all these sort of circus things we did, but it was a really cherishable things which we did. Until today, even I visit now also this place. It's like an iconic place for me. So we did this, and we sort of have a patent also on this particular work. And also, I thank Professor, again motivated me to write a book on this, all the works what we have put. So what I have discussed today, all I have put it in a book which is available, and I still get royalty for it. So it's a good book which is moving in the market. Then taking his motivation and think forward in IIT Guwahati, always he says, think big, achieve big, okay? So he does not want to be restricted in small things. He always thinks, think big, then you will see things will fall in place. So that's where I have put up this lab in IIT Guwahati, which works on extreme mechanics materials. This will be one stop of lab where you can range of strain rate can be done. So currently we have 3 important facilities, shock tube, which I told enough, and then we have a 2-stage gas gun facility, which is used for projectile impact up to 1 kilometer per second, which is mostly for military application. And then we have a split Hawkinson bar. Though Northeast is exposed for landslides and other rock failure dynamic events, we didn't have one triaxial facility till date in that region. So this is the first facility which came in the Northeast region. And more importantly, I added further to that, made it a triaxial split Hawkinson pressure bar. So you can recreate the dynamic condition up to 1 kilometer below the earth. So this is the first facility in India which has a triaxial split Hawkinson pressure bar. Of course, we have it in other country. So we have commissioned, my students are there, they are working on it. Hopefully we'll start publishing it, and hope it will reach much better configurations. Some of their works, quickly, I think they are already here. I wanted to bring them here specifically. They need to know, they need to see the work of a person who can work in such wide areas and also to have interactions with him. That's why they all are here. So this is on fragmentation they are working, and another work is on 3D printed ballistic performances. I'm not going to details, but they are there. You can discuss with them. And again, DM study. I'm happy. I'll discuss with you. So we are working on fragmentations on split Hawkinson bar using DEM. So again, we don't have. Don't have a commercial code. We are using lights. We're writing our own codes to get this. But yeah, we are somewhere there, and hopefully we'll try to work on this more. And again, extreme saturated, they have worked on saturated soils. So we want to see under blast loading whether can we do a blast-induced liquefaction in a controlled lab. So this is again another will be a very challenging work which we have already expedited in this particular domain. Lastly, I have formed a lot of memories with sir. So I'm very grateful for him. As I said, I have not written anything down, so I'll just say he's like a family to us, because every important decision in my life or in my wife's life has been taken in consent with him. Moreover, during our PhD times, we had some hard times, and he was the only person who stood behind us, and he supported those decisions, and we are forever grateful for that, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And this was taken in my office. It's always a privilege to bring your professor to your office and take a photograph with him there. So thank you very much, sir. You have inspired many engineers and researchers, and I am proud to be one of them. Thank you.
It's always exciting, no, to come home and discuss about what their achievements, and so it's very good, but we are running short of the time. Now I request the expert panel members to briefly speak. Professor Mahendra Singh.
Thank you very much. Can you up? So at the outset, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. At the outset, let me congratulate the organizers for this extremely wonderful event, TGS 2026, in honor of TGS. title is very, very relevant and very interesting. I have made a small presentation. I may not take 5 minutes. So, to me, Professor Sitaram is always an inspiration. He's a great friend, and also I have been getting for last 25 years or so an unconditional support. So I have kept the title of my presentation, Professor T.G. Sitaram, A Legacy of Inspiration, Friendship, and Unconditional Support. I don't remember exactly when our association started, but somewhere it was in 90s, late 90s, and probably the common things were Professor T. Ramamurthy or Dr. K.S. Rao. When I was doing PhD, I'm a hardcore rock mechanics person, not a very diverse person like him. I worked in jointed rock masses, and that is a common area between two of us. I think that was the point when our association started. In my career, I started my career in 1985, and 85 to 2001, I was at REC Allahabad. Now it is called as NIT. And I moved to Roorkee in 2001. And after that, I think we had a lot of interactions, because he mentioned, if you remember, he mentioned Roorkee is his second home. And we at Roorkee always feel him, he is a member of our family. So that is the kind of the confidence we had with him. And a lot of interactions we had right from 2001. And he used to have very short visits. Anytime we used to call him, he was there. Any rock mechanics activity, especially rock mechanics activity, he was always there. And we used to have some informal talks, then some presentations. I know nothing about liquefaction, and in fact, he was the first person who told me that liquefaction can occur in clays also. I remember that. I used to think, no, liquefaction is not possible in clays. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. As far as the common platforms are concerned, I think IGS and ISRM, these are the societies where we have interacted a lot. I have a unique, I think, means it has been my privilege that I was associated with organization of 4 IGCs. I was organizing secretary of 2002 when it was at Allahabad. After that, I moved to Roorkee. And at Roorkee, 2003, we had 1 IGC. After another 10 years, we had 13, another IGC. Another 10 years, 23, we had another IGC, where he was the chairman, and he was the chief guest. We were the chairman, and he helped us a lot in that. And I wish that 2033, Ravi is here, let them have the IGC 2033 also after 10 years in Roorkee and have TGS there again. That is my wish. So those were the platforms. So we had interacted a lot on all these activities, on IGS activities. So some of the photographs I'm just showing, this is IGS 2023, where he inaugurated the conference. Then the rock mechanics activities at Roorkee were never without TGS. For example, I'm giving only few of them. For example, we organized Indo Rock 2011. You remember that? Indian Rock Conference. So a series of conferences we had started. So we started with Roorkee, then Delhi and all that. So he was there as a keynote person and also helped us a lot in organization. Then this is another workshop we had at Roorkee. Rock engineering for hilly regions. So I got this slide last night, so I prepared this small, you can say, the memories. And on all aspects, if you remember, when Professor Sidama Rao was the president, he started these activities. Some IGS guidance documents were prepared. And we were given the responsibility of preparing the guidance document for assessing rock mass properties. Professor T. Ramurthy was there as the convener, you were there, myself were there, and then we prepared this IGS document. This is available on the website, how to assess the rock mass properties. Sorry, our time is up. Then ISRM activities, Reshmi just told me, this is one of the prestigious event which we organize. In fact, I was the president of ISRM India from 2020 to 24, and we organized this Asian Rock Mechanics Symposium, and all of you know how difficult it is. First of all, you have to do the bid, so we struggled for 4 years or 6 years, we presented, and then we got it. And finally, then we organized it, and he was the chief guest, and Dr. Venkatesh was there. We organized this event, and a very successful event. And yeah, some of those photographs are there where we organized this event. So all these activities, he was always with us. Finally, I would like to make a comment at Professor T.G. Sitaram. You are a very diverse person. But for me, your most important contribution is your students. Some of them are there, and I personally feel very comfortable with them. Reshmi is here, Maji is there, Maji and so many other people. I feel like just like a member of that research group. So I wish you all the best for your coming life. Thank you very much. And you will, as someone told, superannuation is only a notional term. You are not going to retire. You will be working as you have been doing. Thank you very much.
Dr. Venkatesh, please.
Professor Sitaram and dignitaries on the dais. I'm Venkatesh, by the way. I'm a mining engineer among all the civil engineers and geotechnical engineers, other than Dr. Ramlu. I think Maji is there. So let me tell you, our association with Sitaram sir is way back 1990. Having seen the people speaking at length, he has touched the lives of thousands of people. But let me tell you, his actions way back from 1990 to 1925, almost when I superannuated from NIRM, he has handled an organization which many few people know it. To recollect it, way back in 1990 when I started my career in the blasting department, there was a rock mechanics lab which one of senior professors has said that they visited and used to visit at National Institute of Rock Mechanics, Kolar Goldfields. Now we have the office in Bangalore too. In Kolar Goldfields, the equipment, instruments were hand-picked by Professor Sitaram. At that time when we were thinking about, we came from IIT BHU, and we were having the MTS material testing system, and we were so excited from Kottagudam School of Mines, Usmania University, where we were having simple UTM, and we saw that servo-controlled machine at ITBHU, the same machine he ensured that it comes to Kolar Goldfields. And this we heard from GM Nagaraj Rao, doctorate from IISc at that time. So we were never interacting directly with him. We were two juniors at that time. And then, but we used to hear about his contributions in setting up the laboratory. Now I picked up one word from the slides where they say that rock mechanics, rock engineering. Now in rock mechanics, I was seeing Maji's slide, rock, rock mass. Now, I have seen all through my life that mass of rock also. Today the problems are with, when we see at Wayanad or at Arunachal Pradesh or at Himachal Pradesh, the problem has not, it has rock mass, but mass of rock has become, when we see underground, major caverns collapsing, the handling of those things. Now, this path of rock to rock mass, he has a footprint. Now, to conclude, because I can speak hours together, because as a blasting man, I have interacted in way back in 2008, 2009, when Army or Air Force was looking at if some bombing is happening, can we have a material that it can, he has presented on that. We were interacting at that time. I can speak, go on and go on, his contribution, but one contribution it has touched, his actions has touched billions of lives in India is that the laboratory which was set up at Kolar Goldfields for testing rock mass, and he was our PRC member, and he has ensured the kind of equipment in geophysics and in excavation engineering and numerical modeling and in test laboratories. They are equipped properly, fighting with the ministry and ensuring them to come back. It has fructified, sir. Because when in 2022, just after the COVID, there was a phone call from Nipendra Mishraji. Then you people might be aware with the name. When he called up and said that we are working with IIT Delhi, we are working with IIT Bombay, but we are looking at a laboratory, credible laboratory, which can test the rock mass, rock for the Ram temple in Ayodhya. So at that time, the laboratory which you articulated, then 2000s and 2015s, as PRC member, I see how you fought for the equipment. They came handy and said that yes, NIRM will stand by the country, and I said that yes, we will evolve a methodology that the rocks which have gone into Ram temple will stay for 1,000 years. So this is his contribution, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. May I now request Dr. Ramalu. Hope he will take my request of finishing fast.
Good morning, friends. Respected Professor Sitaram sir, our beloved Guru. Good morning, all. Professor is like GPS to us. He always shows a direction in life, in career, any aspect that may be. So he's a Guru positioning system for us. It is everything, inclusive of everything. So I just wanted to briefly share my journey with Professor sir. Actually, doing PhD in IISc was not at all my dream. Actually, it is not at all there in the dream, because I may not be fitting to this, because I used to be reading a lot about Sir C.V. Raman and fascinated with the physics, quality of physics, what he did here. And I thought this is like the Harvard and Princeton universities of India. So then I wanted to do PhD at one very good institution in India, except IISc, because I may not be fit to this. So then alternative is IITs. So, but as I could not do the institute of my choice during BTech and MTech days because of financial and family constraints, at least this I wanted to do it properly at some institute. And because, and one more reason is there is no mining department and rock mechanics department here in IISc.
So once my head of the department, Dr. A.K. Chakravarti, he is no more now, he visited Bangalore and came back to our institute and asked where from you wanted to do your PhD. Then I told obviously some IIT, sir, wherever the mining department is there, IIT Kharagpur or IIT Delhi. But he told, you would like to do PhD from IISc? Oh, yes, sir. Why not? If any opportunity is there, definitely I will be. So he told, but there is no mining and rock mines department. How can I do? But there is a man, there is a professor there who knows both your rock mechanics, in-depth rock mechanics. So I'm overwhelmed by interacting with Professor Sitaram. He told, he developed the codes. The other professors follow the codes and programs of others, but he developed some codes in finite element methods on his own. And he is such a thorough gentleman, as well as deep understanding on rock mechanics. So that's what he told. Then on the same day evening, I called sir. Sir is kind enough to agree, you come. Just, this is the only sentence he told, you come, anytime, at the earliest. That's what he told, and I came. And there, my dream of, then I was on the moon. So, but that's fine, joined with him. But one after the other, the coursework first, it's a great hurdle. I used to still remember Professor C.S. Manohar. He, for me, he looked like an alien, a technical alien. I couldn't even, there is no compatibility, understanding. So it is difficult for me. So then sir, I interacted with sir and Professor sir, with his way of understanding and convincing the people, whoever approaches him, is outstanding. He makes things, complicated things, and make you understand easily, and you can overcome it, definitely. He has got that magic of motivation to make any complex problem simple. So that is one great thing. So I finished all my coursework and comprehensive work, all these things because of sir's motivation only, nothing else. So once during my PhD days, I used to, again another dream of working with him. So okay, PhD as a guru, it is all right, but I'm a scientist over there. And dream of working with, how can I? It is out of scope and out of question to work in IISc, because my age is, by that time it is over. And then sir went to IIT. Then IIT, even IIT also there is no access for candidate like me. And then came the opportunity of AICTE. Sir has given me the opportunity to work with him. That is another dream. And during those days, most of the people used to ask me, why you are switching all of a sudden from R&D to the education? Then again, no jump in the same scale. And that is different, this ball game has completely. So then I told only one thing, I just wanted to work with my guru. That's it, nothing else. I don't want to see anything else. So with that only objective, I went there, and even there also, although it is different ball game, different, completely, totally different, but because of sir's initiatives, I told you, he is the person who makes things, any complicated problem, any complicated things, convinces you, makes you understand very simply, very easily. So that is what the things in AICT I could able to withstand. Okay, and during my PhD days here, sir used to go at 5:30 sharp PM, 5:30 PM sharp to home, and does everything very promptly. So one day I asked, sir, what will you do after going to home after 5:30 PM? So sir used to tell, madam works and that I have to take care of the children for their education and all. So that opened my eyes. I never spared any time, any quality time chodiye, even minimum time also I couldn't spend. So then I thought I should also work very promptly. Time management, that is one of the best thing we all my colleagues accept, learn from sir. Time management, proper time management. Anywhere he is, 5:30, even in AICT also, 5:30, wind up. And early in the morning, he used to wake up. So that is his lifestyle. And then after that, I try to implement this in our, in my parent organization also, that is CSR Simfer. My colleague Bagde is also there, here, as a delegate. So, but I couldn't. Then I could understand that in government sector, even after that, I couldn't go to home 5:30. It's again 7:30, 8. So I thought in government sector, I could understand that those who work hard are awarded with more work. So there we should have this one. So it's not the hard work, it is the smart work. Thanks to the inspiration of my brother, HS Venkatesh. So I learned these things. Smart work, how to work smartly. But yet to implement is an amazing personality, Dr. Venkatesh. So it is that I don't want to elaborate so much. In AICT, let me tell you, in AICT is one of the chairmen so far. AICT couldn't get such a great chairman. Everyone says he treats all the institutions, smallest of small also, equally with any top level institute. He gives equal priority, all the institutes he treats like his babies. So how much care as a chairman, he could give that much care. And never anyone goes without meeting him. If anyone wants, anytime they can come. Sir allocates time to meet and to understand their problem. He is to call all to attend the problem very promptly. So these are the great qualities. That's why even now, that means, see, AICT chairman is not an ordinary chair. Okay, people take appointment 1 month before to meet him and sits hours together to get his appointment, sir's appointment. But he totally changed, totally transformed and democratized the technical education landscape in India. And finally, I just wanted to, there are so many memories, but it may not be appropriate to take away your time. But the takeaway, what I would like to ask, most of sir's students are teachers now. So the greatest takeaway is, let us provide adequate time, whatever students require, that all the students become extended family, and that will be a great asset, like we are seeing in front of us. Because this is not possible. This type of grand conference is not possible if teacher is that means like sir, I can tell you, this is a living example what the great asset he has got in his life. So these are the things, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I am ever grateful to you for blessing me and accepting me as a student in your this one. It is a great, greatest gift to my life. And thank you very much, sir, and wish you happy and healthy life ahead. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ramalu. And as all of you know, that we had very interesting technical presentation, like my colleague Ghosh is telling that he has taken the names of the people who have presented this so that he want to interact later. So that much was the interesting technical content. And my 2 words about Professor Sitaram. Coming from a town and studying in IISc, Waterloo, Austin, and got placed well in US, but still he has decided to come back to India and work from India, and which was not normal in those days. And not only working and reaching high positions like director of IIT and chairman of AICT is something very great. And we had worked together in conducting an exam for recruitment engineers, stability of a few tailing dams, and also one pumped storage project for Jog Falls, which could not materialize. And the most cherishable moment I had with him is we had conducted a visit to Kolar goldfields, where we went to several thousands of the kilometers below the ground. And subsequently, just within 1 or 2 years, that Kolar goldfields closed. So I really have a very great moment with him going to that tunnel. And I wish him and his family very happy and life ahead. Thank you. Over to the organizers.
Okay. So we request Chair to hand over the memento to the expert panel.
May I request Professor P. Raghuvi Rao to present the memento to the expert panel. Professor Mahendra Singh, IIT Roorkee, Dr. H.S. Venkatesh, NIRM, Bengaluru, Dr. More Ramulu, AICTE, New Delhi. May I now request Professor Tg-2026 to present the memento to the chair of the session, Professor P. Raghuvi Rao. Thank you to all the speakers, panelists, for those brilliant insight into rock mechanics, tailing dams, and mining. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now for a brief 30-minute tea break. We encourage you to grab refreshment and visit the area and the fire. Please note that following this break, we will divide into our respective parallel sessions. We request you to be at your designated hall A, B, and C by 11:45 a.m. sharp. Our dedicated student are stationed at the halls to assist you. Have a great session. Thank you. Joining him on our distinguished expert panel are Padma Shri Dr. Prahlad Rama Rao, former Director, DRDL Bengaluru, and Dr. H.K. Ramaraju, the Institution of Engineers India. We request you to kindly take your seats on the dais. Our esteemed presenters for this critical theme are Dr. C.R. Partha Sarthi, Sarthi Geotech, Dr. Deepankar Chaudhary from IIT Bombay, Dr. Raviraj H.M., NITK Suratkal, and Dr. More Ramalu from AICTE, New Delhi. Over to you, Professor Srinivas. Please take the session forward.
Yeah, it's too high. It's fine. No, let it be.
So good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished guests, faculty colleagues, students, and all the invitees to this session 6 of the conference, which is the theme 6 is titled Sustainability, Social Impact, and Education. So before we begin, I would like to warmly welcome Professor T.G. Sitaram, who had been a great inspiration for many of the young faculties in our department through his excellent work over the many decades. And we are honored by your presence, sir. Our esteemed panel, we have Dr. Prahlad Rama Rao, who is the former director, DRDL, and Ministry of Defense, and then Dr. H.K. Ramaraju, Chairman, Institution of Engineers, Karnataka, and I warmly welcome you, sir. So we have 4 distinguished speakers for this session. First it is C.R. Parthasarathi from Sarthi Geotech. Then we have Professor Deepankar Chaudhary from IIT Bombay. Then Professor Raviraj H. Mulangi from NIT Suratkal. Then Dr. More Ramulu from AICTE. Yeah, each presentation will be for about 10 minutes. I request each speaker to confine to the given time so that we'll have time for other activities which are scheduled after the presentations. So first presentation will be by C.R. Parthasarathi from Sarthi Geotech.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, my colleagues and friends on the dais, off the dais. It gives me an immense pleasure and honor to present today on one of the themes, and I thank Professor Anbalgan for choosing me to lead this theme on the topic sustainability, social impact, and education. So I'm going to talk on the topic coastal reservoir, solution to water woes of future generation. So this resonated very well with the contribution of Professor Tg-2026. We have seen since yesterday various areas of research and contribution from site characterization to ground improvement to liquefaction, rock mechanics, etc. And as far as the sustainability is concerned, this is also one of the burning topics which all of us has to be concerned of in order to secure water for future generations. I'm going to give you a brief prelude and what contribution has been made by Professor Sitaram in this regard. You all know there are so many reports telling that unsafe water leading to cause of death among children under 5, most of these could be preventable. People are not having water around the world. We, in the urban settings, we have access to water. There is a serious water crisis everywhere, and several reports suggest that billions of people experience water scarcity. So 2.3 billion people live in water-stressed countries, out of which 1/3 live in high and critically water-stressed countries. So many reports, it's not new, many of you are available. Even today, we have such crisis for water. Again, I repeat, many of us in the cities do not face this shortage of water, but if you go to the rural settings and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, you see severe shortage of water, leading to difficulty. So one thing that we all can think of, the economy to grow, the nation to progress, there are 3 things. One is eliminate poverty, education, and water. So we have to definitely dwell upon to see how we can solve the world's water problems. Otherwise, in the future, if there is going to be any world war, it will be for water. And yesterday also in the cultural program, the theme Echoes to Earth resonated with similar pictures, and the theme was narrated to all of us, and we should be concerned of the water scarcity. People walk kilometers to get a pot of water. We may not have that experience, but still millions of people do have. And if you get rationing for water, and this is the difficulty in many, many places. So what is the way forward? The World Bank already has given the statistics. I'm not going to read the statistics. India is not running out of water. Water is running out of India. These was the statements Professor Tg-2026 has said in many, many forums. We will just look at that in the next couple of minutes. How is this? So access to good water leads to good education, gender equality, cultural diversity, health, income, stability, etc. On the contrary, not having access to water leads to disease, lack of education, poverty, gender inequality, etc. So it's important for us to dwell upon, see how we can have access to water inclusively for every segment of the population. This also has to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. Friends, you have this report, Bengaluru may see acute water shortage by 2039. So we have severe shortage of water. I am also a victim of water shortage. I used to reside in Belandur. We don't have the fresh Kaveri water, but the borewell water, which is hard. So you take shower every day, my hair became white. I'm not that old yet. So many of you as well who are residing on the outskirts. And this is a serious shortage because the Bangalore has grown exponentially, unprecedented in populations over the last decade. If you do not solve the problem, I think it is going to accumulate and compound. And here you can see the report, the brink of disaster, and in the middle you see the IISc research says Bangalore gets enough rainfall, but the problem is harvesting. It means to say there is no dearth of water. As per the Central Water Commission, the precipitation remains unchanged for the last 100 years, but the pattern of precipitation has changed, and some of those large dams that has been built in India, almost around 5,500 dams, many of them do not have water because the pattern has changed. So where is this water? The precipitation is coming. Where is it going? So it is joining the ocean as flood waters, and you see 5,500. There will not be any more dams anywhere else in the world. So India is not running out of water. Water is running out of India. So these options to solve this issue is to build coastal reservoirs. You just impound few percentage of those flood waters joining the ocean, you will have enough water. So how do we quantify that? We quantify that by building a dike inside the ocean. The red ones you can see there. This is a second generation coastal reservoir, so you can put a separator between fresh water and the salt water, and that will have enough water for all of us. And this is no challenge geotechnically too for us to build this kind of dikes. So the advantage I have listed here. So there is no reason we should not build this coastal reservoir because it has obvious advantage compared to the dams that we have already built. And it takes about 50 years to build the large dams and has to go through the environmental conditions, the approval from the forest authorities, migration of people, displacement, etc., etc. Coastal reservoir doesn't do. So here is the statistics. Where this has been done, it has been done in many countries, Netherlands, South Korea, Hong Kong, China, Singapore, UK. Hong Kong had a rationing in the late 60s for water, but after building the coastal reservoirs, they have removed and there are plenty of water for them. So we have visited Shanghai, Kinchosa coastal reservoir in Shanghai, which caters the water for the entire Shanghai city. So as far as the demand of Karnataka and Bangalore is concerned, I'm not going to read. Karnataka is not water-starved, it is storage-starved state. That means we do not have enough capability or capacity to store water which is available in abundance. There was a feasibility study, Indian Institute of Science took up this under the principal investigation of Professor Tg-2026 with about 40 other experts. I had a small contribution in that project where we did some geotechnical work for an ADB project, and the same data was used in the assessment of this feasibility to impound the water in the Netravati river. And this was submitted to BWSSB as a kickoff meeting in Sahyadri College, Mangalore. Suratkal was involved and many others are involved. Professor Raviraj Ramraj was involved. Dr. Prahlad Ramarao was also a part of this program. And we visited the site, we were apprised, and finally the report was submitted to the BWSSB and the government of Karnataka, so which also resulted in this publication in Marine Resources and Geotechnology. So the feasibility outcome, there is enough water, water can cater the requirement of Bangalore and all the cities and towns of the state, quality is good, etc., is cost effective. So this concept of commissioning coastal reservoir was taken very seriously by Professor Tg-2026, and he had the idea to build coastal reservoir along the peninsula. We have 7,000 kilometers of coastal line and connect it with the pipeline at the mean sea level. You have abundance and excess water throughout the year. Okay, this was also patented by him. So countries can live without high-tech industries, but they cannot live without water. So it's wise to invest in water, store water, and save future. So this concept has been taken up, and recently the Kalpasar barrage in Gujarat is already in the advanced stage. I think our Prime Minister's visit to Netherlands has some progress where they're going to build the Kalpasar reservoir, and with this patented technology it can happen all along the coastal lines and you have abundance of water. And this is a huge contribution for water security and solving the world's water problem for future. So this was the topic I wanted to present within the brief time. So maybe another 2 minutes I want to share my association with Professor Tg-2026. So I date back, I recall, I was a volunteer of IISc 94 in Bangalore University when we successfully completed. We had a get-together to celebrate the success, and I had that first interaction with Professor Tg-2026 then at MTR Hotel. We had the assembling there to have the dinner. He was very young, I was a student, and he just joined as a faculty at the institute. We were very young and very scared because his tone, voice, energy was so high. Even today it is the same. What has changed today is, please, big round of applause to him. What has changed today is I have changed to understand him better. So he has not changed since more than 3.5 decades. After that, in the Indian Institute of Science, where I was doing PhD, I had an aspiration to build a laboratory. I showed him my plan, how to build a lab in a small garage. He encouraged. I said, I'm going to the bank, I'm going to get some funds, I will do that. He said, fine. After 1 month, he asked me what happened. But apparently the bank denied 3 lakh rupees loan for building a laboratory. Professor Sitaram just took the check and wrote 3 lakhs about 20 years ago. That remained even today with me, the motivation, encouragement that he had made on that day. And I'm sure he does the same thing for every student. I did not use that money because I had a job in Singapore. I went that. Keeping that apart, that motivation has actually inspired me. It has really helped me to grow further. And at every stage, he has been instrumental in mentoring, giving suggestion, guidance. So we had the inaugurations. So what I learned, few things from him is he has a big vision, not the short vision, it's a long-term big vision, think big. So he said that you should establish a best lab. And we had a laboratory inaugurations in 2015 in a very small place. We are only about 30 people. Today we are about 200 people working with us. And we wanted to have some kind of research collaboration and progress. We had a lot of deliberations along with Dr. Prahlad Ramarao. He also gave good suggestions how to move forward. We did a program in Andaman and Nicobar. Remember, sir? And we visited Professor Yuni's office in Bangladesh. Okay, and we wanted to meet him, but he was not there when we had an opportunity to conduct a workshop in Bangladesh. And despite he has moved up the ladder, holding the highest position, his approachability has not changed, even for me too, and for so many of you and every one of you, IIT Guwahati director. And one thing in commonality between us is the same Guru, Professor K.S. Subbarao. We seek blessings from them. This was our China visit to Kinchosa River Reservoir and attending the international conference along with Padma Shri Dr. Prahlad Ramarao and family. We had a fantastic time visiting the reservoirs. I chaired so many conferences. He has supported me to be the guest and also guided on these occasions. This was in Suratkal 2 years back at ISOG after being in the office of ACT as a chairman. I launched a book last year. He was also, I am deeply honored and humbled. He had come and inaugurated the book cover launch. So I had a special request for him to give me time. He also gave me time so I can go and present to him in his office along with Dr. Ramulu. Another 1 minute I'm going to conclude. So what I learned from him, see, there's always a saying, success leaves clues. He has been on the top 2% as an outlier, as a personality, as an achievement, and it doesn't come easy for everybody. All youngsters, please listen to me. If you want to really go up the ladder, you need two things. One, you have to take massive action. Number two, put 10 times more effort than anybody else. Otherwise, you cannot go up the ladder, and we are seeing to be in the top 2% on how much of effort he has to put and how much massive action he has taken. So that actually inspired me anytime. So I am 55, he's 56, he's going to be retired, but not tired. Okay, and he has big visions to contribute to the society. So I always look at him and say that, okay, I have 10 more decades, 1 more decade to reach up to his age. So that's the motivation that I get from him, because I see today he's in Bangalore, tomorrow in Delhi, tomorrow another day in Cochin, maybe some, and he's thinking not only on one aspect, but multi-dimension on different aspects to contribute to the society. And I've been a part, only one I presented on several aspects that I had association with him. So whatever you have done, sir, from the last 30 years, I express my deepest gratitude for you to be my mentor, guru, teacher, and a good friend, and a fatherly figure for me. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Now I invite Professor Deepankar to make presentation.
Namaskar. Thank you, Chairman, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Of course, when Partha told me to give a presentation on this topic, I was thinking it will be like showing the light to the sun, because Sir has done everything on this actually, and we are connecting these major points of sustainability, social impact and education, what Dr. Parthasarathi just now has nicely mentioned. And the approachability, probably that is another aspect. I can give you the latest example. Like yesterday, I could not attend the inaugural function over here because there was another event going on at IIT Bombay that was CEEE program of INAE, AICT jointly, which Sir has initiated along with the INAE last year. So yesterday was the concluding session of that, and you won't believe that I was hesitating because yesterday was a big day for Sir, obviously, because inaugural of this TGS-2026. But I just messaged Sir, Sir, can you please join for 5 minutes to address to the teachers and in the valedictory program, so that they also get motivated, because if Sir-like person can address them. Sir immediately agreed, and you won't believe from this hall probably sir joined for even 5 minutes and addressed to them. So that is the kind of, I will say, approachability, and also I learned the kind of commitment what sir can provide in this connection. So that's why once again, thank you so much, sir. And I will start in a reverse way what Partha has mentioned, that the association with sir, probably when I joined here for master's program at IISc Bangalore in 1998, sir was one of my teacher. Of course, he has taught majority of the courses I have taken at IISc during my master's and PhD program. Though I did, as Partha mentioned, we had a commonality, like sir is, Professor Sitaram, not only our teacher, but also our Guru Bhai, because we have same Guru, Professor Subbarao, and that is another connection. And what present day, what my earning bread and butter, I can say, the geotechnical, earthquake engineering, foundation engineering, and finite element, all these 3 courses I have done with sir. So sir is the one who actually brought me in this present domain. So I could not have stand in front of all of you today if sir would not have taught me from my master's and PhD days. And I still can acknowledge here, when I chosen the topic on the geotechnical earthquake engineering for my PhD, Professor Subbarao told that he never in his career guided anything on seismic aspect. And sir, that time he just came from Japan, and with excellent more knowledge in the earthquake engineering, sir told, okay, I will help you. And really, during my initial days of PhD, also help from sir. And throughout the entire career, I will quickly come. So that is what I can mention about Professor Sitaram, that I am really grateful, thankful to sir to get such a guru like him. So as I always say, that acknowledgement, I quickly glance through that few works what we have done at IIT Bombay. All motivation, as I said, started from IISc Bangalore. So we were involved in few mega infrastructure projects at IIT Bombay, like whether India's longest sea bridge foundation, Atal Setu, or whether GHVP nuclear power plant unit 1 and 2 at Hisar, Gorakhpur, Haryana state. And because that is a critical one in terms of geotechnical engineering, this is probably the first site of nuclear power plant which is getting constructed in soft alluvial soil completely. Narora had a different one, but this GHVP is even special. And also India's largest petroleum oil terminal, which is in Motihari, North Bihar also, we got involved. Then Delhi Metro underground project in terms of vibration, they are protecting the heritage structure basically, because that line 4, it goes through very close to the Qutub Minar, below Qutub Minar and other heritage structure. We have to protect that. So that project we have handled. And AFCONS also through that, the Jammu-Udhampur highway tunnel project we have handled. And this is under government of Maharashtra. Currently I am serving them with Disaster Management Authority as a member and chairman for their technical advisory committee. So all this learning, again, I take input from sir. I remember how sir as a member on geotechnical report, NDMA, what he had prepared long back. So those are the motivation actually, and we still follow in that direction or in that path. This thing. So foundation, when we talk about the sustainability aspect, probably combined pilot foundation is the one of the sustainable one. The example is shown over here. Just for this Mesetum tower, $6 million was saved, and carbon footprint reduction was 2,500 ton was done by not using pile foundation, but using combined pilot foundation. Then this is the international guideline came out on this combined pilot foundation, and these are some of the textbook. And also Indian code just came last year. You people may be knowing on combined pilot foundation, a new BIS code has come out, 19117. And this is also the recognition of the geotechnical engineers in the municipal organization, because otherwise structural engineers always sign all the projects. Geotechnical engineer never get the opportunity to neither take the responsibility nor as a signatory. So that at least Maharashtra, it has been implemented from this year. You can see the details over here. And as I said, another component of the sustainability or net zero target, actually, the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, just last week we had a MOU signed between IIT Bombay and NPCIL. This is a mega project they are giving to IIT Bombay. Already MOU and discussion is done, because nuclear is probably one of the major major energy source for the country, depending on our huge demand, which probably can give the sustainable solution, because other energy sectors cannot give. And I still remember a few months back at Sir's house in AISc quarter in Delhi, we were discussing that day, our Honorable Prime Minister was announcing that now India is jumping from level 1 to level 2 grid reactor for the nuclear energy. So also we were involved in the Metro Rail Foundation project of the Indore Metro, and these are some of the work actually which we have mentioned. Coming to, so these are some of the sustainability and societal impact which with the training from IISc Bangalore and with the guidance of Sir, we could put forward for the society. Coming to education, probably I was fortunate to serve from UG to PhD and the young teachers also currently because of various association, and many of those again given by Sir. You can see the UG, I was fortunate to the National Organizing Vice Chair in IIT JEE Advanced in 2015, and because of Sir only since 2024 in AICTE National UG Curriculum Committee also serving. So we are trying to see how the education can be better for the future generation, considering the AI/ML, which is another recent, I will say, work Sir is extensively doing. I am sure many of you have seen his book on that, how we can connect our civil engineering profession with the help of this AI/ML. We have included in the undergraduate curriculum those aspects. Also, IKS is another component we have included. Then in PG, in the master's program, how we can bring the best quality, not only quality, but also opportunity for the students, not only to give their only one paper of their domain, but they can also plan to go in different other direction. Suppose a civil engineer need not to do only masters in civil engineering, they can choose aerospace, mechanical, any other allied area, so they can give now 2 papers together in the GATE. So when I was National Organizing Chairperson in GATE 2021, I think after the exam successfully got ended over the 2 weeks, 8 session, the first phone call I have received from Sir, so that is also, I still recollect, because these are the kind of a motivation. Sir said, Dipankar, not only the 10 lakh students, those who have appeared for GATE 2021 actually are happy because exam got successfully conducted, but you multiply it with at least 3 with their family members. Sir, you remember the 30 lakh at least people you could reach through this various new concept of organizing such mega national event. Also currently in Prime Minister Research Fellowship, we are trying to bring the best quality of the PhD scholars and keep them in the country, because otherwise we know brain drain is always a problem, but we want to keep through this scheme the best brain to do PhD at our great institutions in the India. Also for the young teachers, how they can start their new work, new research work. So currently I'm fortunate that ANRF actually put me as a chairman for the Civil Engineering Board. We are trying to support how these young teachers actually can get the initial funding and the amount, etc. we have increased. And the CEEE program, which actually created by INA along with AICTE, and that time Sir was the chairman. And the next picture actually shows that I have chosen this picture just few months back only. Sir has given this one, that along with INA former president, and Sir being starting member of this CEEE program, which is training of the teachers, that is how to increase the quality of engineering students in the education sector, because Sir always says our top schools like IITs, IISc produce maybe not even the 1% of the requirement of the country of the engineers. But these are the regular colleges, and we all, majority of us actually come from, our undergraduate is from that kind of college. So how to bring them up through their teachers, so that is what actually this CEEE program is. And once again, thanks, sir, for your guidance throughout, and I hope that we will keep on getting your guidance throughout our this career and these things. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Now invite Professor Raviraj Ulangi, NIT Suratkal, to kindly make the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's my topic is sustainable mobility. Sustainable mobility through public transport. So this is a very good old slide which I used for my PhD. Intentionally, I use this again. So I'm the first transportation student who did PhD under Professor TGS. So that time we struggled a lot to get the data. And Professor was SISTUP chairman. And if you recollect, yesterday KSRTC people have come. So with their help, I got the data, and I still remember in those days, Professor used to tell, Raviraj requires frog jump, please help him. So I was getting delayed in my PhD work. So he used to tell them, please help him to get the data. And with those data, we started working on performance evaluation of public transport. So that time, KSRTC was associated with SISTUP. So they used to come with their difficulties, and Professor guided me to work on those difficulties. And we looked into all the SRTUs of Karnataka, and we gave the solution how to measure the performance of public transport with respect to their operations and with respect to financial requirements. So the major outcome of that project, our thesis was, we have given one solution for Volvo buses to optimize their dead kilometers. Okay, thereby, we have shown that almost 2.6 crores they can save per year if they optimize their dead kilometers. So readily they have accepted and they have implemented that optimization. And they were thankful to us, saying that we can able to save 2.6 crores in almost 2014. So that has motivated me, and Professor is to tell me, this is just, PhD is not the end of the research, it is beginning of research. With that motivation, I continued working on public transport, wherein we were the first to explore electronic ticketing machine data, which has helped us to look into requirements of public transport demand. So we have started with the theme of sustainable mobility, and our requirements were to achieve these 5 goals, SDGs, 3, 7, 9, 11, and 13. So to continue, we started with looking into the Mysore ITS data. Again, it was the topic given by Professor, wherein we have worked for Mysore ITS, and my attempt after PhD was to look into how to improve the travel time variability. There was a difficulty with respect to travel time, and we have used the approach for probability distribution, and we continued our studies, and I extended the study with Hubli-Dharwad BRTS, wherein our theme was to look into demand, passenger demand using automatic passenger counters, which was there for HDBRTS. Then we continued with the studies. We have taken the one of the project in Davangere for its origin and destination studies, wherein weather was also taken into account. With the present techniques like graph neural network, we were able to look into origin and destination demands. We have continued in this fashion, like we started with operational optimization, then we have included ITS, and we try to give public transport reliability with the help of artificial intelligence and deep learning. So that is how we have continued since from 2015, when I completed my PhD. We are approaching towards sustainable mobility. And these are some key publications we had from soon after my PhD with respect to achieving SDGs. So ultimately, till now, we were able to have the operational optimization in the form of dead kilometer optimization. Then using intelligent transport system, we were able to give reliability on the services. Then passenger demand forecasting, which turns schedule for fixed to demand responsive things. And data-driven neural networks, now we have started working on electric buses of Trivandrum. So our motto is, together these contributions build smart, efficient, reliable, low-carbon public transport system, the backbone of sustainable urban mobility. So to conclude, when I was doing my PhD at IISc, I was struggling a lot. Professor used to send me IIIT Bangalore so that I can learn the techniques. Then he used to push me to get the data. So I cannot forget his support. Because of his support, I can able to continue in public transport. Thank you, sir.
So we had three very interesting presentations, all on different aspects. We started with water resources, then it was on geotechnical aspects, and the third is on transportation engineering, where all Professor Sitaram has actively contributed immensely in some or other way for the students to benefit. Thank you, sir. And now we'll start the felicitation session, and in this so I invite the guests to kindly speak few words. Yeah. 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, please. 5 minutes. Okay. Time is there now? Time is there. Yeah, please.
Please load the presentation. Yeah, respected Professor Sir, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon everyone. This is the topic, transforming and democratizing technical education in India. I thought if I present the contributions of Professor, that justifies the theme of this particular conference. So I prepared few slides accordingly. So the visionary contributions of Professor Sitaram in transforming India's educational landscape. This is the topic. Next, please. Here is there. Yeah. So the sir has always strived for democratizing the Indian this technical education system by hand-holding and uplifting the needy institutions. Next, please. No, previous one. Yeah. Actually, in India, rural institutions were neglected. So previously, but after Sir, Sir occupied the chairman AICT position, Sir has given thrust and emphasis to the tier 2, tier 3 institutions and provided a lot of funding schemes and projects to those institutions and the students. So this has democratized and enabled those unprivileged and downtrodden institutions to come up and compete with the institutions at tier 1 cities. Next, please. So, and sir has also played a key role in implementation of the NEP 2020 by giving multiple entry and multiple exit options, academic bank of credits for flexible learning, credit transfer between institutions, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary education, outcome-based and competency-based curriculum, which all can improve and increase the employability of the students. This is the objective of implementing all these things, and sir played a key role in this implementation of these NEP 2020. There was challenge also for implementing this NEP 2020 in the states where the ruling party is different. So sir managed in such a way that they will implement these programs in a different way with different nomenclatures. So ultimately the objective of the NEP 2020 has been fulfilled even by the states of Tamil Nadu and all other states also. So that is what the professor champions in solving any complex problem, whether it is political, social or anything. So that is one great thing which is to be learned from Professor sir. Next, please. Yeah, promoting skill-based and industry-oriented education system. This is very much required for increasing the employability of our youth who are graduated from institutions, because see, the skilling plays a key role in the employability. No one requires, means skilled people are required. It is not the engineers are well qualified. Skilled people are preferred rather over the educated candidates. See, I can tell you one example. The average salary of the urban company executive is 50 to 60,000 per month, whereas the average salary of an IT expert, IT professional is 25 to 30,000, which is 50% of the salary of the urban company, the skilled person, that means. So see the difference. This is an average salary I am saying. It is at present, that is the scenario. That means society or nation requires skilled manpower rather than the qualified manpower. So that was visualized by TGS sir, and the inculcated, imbibed these things into the educational system in India. Okay, next please. Next slide please. Yeah. So under his leadership, AICT expanded Idea Labs to 425 at present. So it was around 200 before he came to AICT, and it has been expanded to 425 now. So Idea Labs, you all know, I think you know, which is the lab setup. AICT funds 1 crore plus to institutions for establishing labs, and any any students from even surrounding institutions can avail those state-of-art laboratory facilities. So this is one innovative scheme which was expanded and encouraged by Professor TGS sir. Okay. So, right. Innovation and startup ecosystem has also been developed by him. Incubation centers were encouraged in most of the institutions. Student innovation, competition and entrepreneurship programs. So these initiatives encouraged students to become innovators and job creators rather than job seekers. So that was the objective of sir's visionary initiatives. Next, please. So, of course, digital platforms were encouraged by introducing blended and online education system, virtual laboratories, technology-enabled teaching and assessment. These measures increased access to quality education and across geographically diverse institutions. Next. Yeah. There are some new initiatives in funding or in the form of scholarships and fellowships to various needy students. They include AICT Career Portal, AICT Placement Portal, Saraswati Scheme, Vani Scheme, expansion of Idea Labs. These programs aim to improve student employability, innovation, research collaboration, and institutional networking. Next, please. Yeah, this all you know. Next, please. Yeah, so promoting research excellence. This is one of the flagship programs AICT initiated under Sir's leadership. He guided more than So this is guided more than 40 PhD students, published over the Sir's career. It's not related to AICT alone. It is his career wherein he promoted research schemes. So this is all discussed, nothing to say. Please, next please. Yeah, building stronger academia-industry linkage is consistently emphasized industry-relevant curriculum, faculty development, practical training, innovation ecosystem, employment-oriented education. These efforts sought to reduce the gap between engineering education and workforce needs. That's what I was explaining so far. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. As there are some, I'll briefly next, please. Next. I'll take 1 minute. No, next. These are the major reforms Professor initiated. One is implementation of AI in regulatory framework, which was required to, because there are 14,000 institutions which submit hundreds of documents. It is very difficult to check each and every one. So, introduction of this AI in regulatory framework, in scanning, verification of the documents, played a vital role in properly assessing and taking decisions on the approvals of the institution. That is one great thing Sir has initiated. Introduction of course-based fee structure. Institutions need not pay, whatever be the course they offer, the fee will be accordingly in proportion to that. That is another initiative Sir has taken. Next, please. So, introduction of proficiency scheme. Anyone who wants proficiency, just like we explained, the skill-based learning, anyone who can register for any courses he or she wants, and register in institutions and get acquainted with that, that means that particular course itself. And they can sit with those regular students and clear that particular subject and get proficiency. So these are the innovative ideas and initiatives that were strongly implemented by Professor. So biannual admission. There is, see, you may not be knowing most of the institutions. Biannual admissions have been started by Sir, because see, there are so many reasons. Some of the students may not be enrolled in the June-July cycle. They can be even, they need not waste the entire year. Even during January session also, they can get the admissions for the leftover seats of the institutions. So it is both win-win the situation for both institutions, because leftover seats will be left for the 4 years, and the students also, because he is going to save his academic year. So this is one good thing, initiation taken by Professor. Choice-based degree system. So it is, that means whatever, the curriculum is rigid now. It should not be like that. So if a student wants from the list of courses, subjects, whatever he wants, he can take. and complete his degree. So it is provided as per the NEP 2020, he has to comply, he has to fulfill the number of credits which are required for the degree. So this is one innovative idea. This is now we are not yet implemented, but this is going to be implemented. Next, please. Okay, this is under PGDM, and the PGDM institutions are allowed to start the new institutions also. The other multidisciplinary expansion. Next, please. Okay, thank you. So in this way, professor is always strived to revolutionize the system for the quality enhancement and for increasing the skill set of the students so that we can become India can export the workforce to the needy continents. There is huge requirement, demand for the skilled manpower, especially from India, by the UE, developed by all the developed countries, because it is very scarce. They are not getting a skilled manpower. So he has got the vision to see tomorrow, and for that, what are the required, what are the changes, reforms required for implementing. So all those, his thinking pattern, his initiatives are all to cater the needs of tomorrow. So these are the things what the professor sir initiated, and thank you so much, sir, for facelifting and the AICTE and the technical education landscape, for by implementing, by the transforming and democratizing the technical education. Thank you so much, sir.
Now I invite expert panel members to kindly felicitate Professor T.G. Sitaram. Padma Shri Dr. Prahalad Ramarao and Dr. H.K. Ramarajan.
Hello, namaskara. Actually, I am an odd man here because all full of civil engineers and geotechnical, and I am as you may know, I have been working on defense systems and working with Dr. Kalam, working on missiles, bombs, fighters, torpedoes, guns, and rockets like that. So it will be very interesting to know how I came up to work very closely with Dr. Sitaram, because the institute IISc, so I met him, and somehow we started working on coastal reservoirs. It's the first work, because that time there was a lot of discussion on water problem, water shortage. So we found that solution what Sitaram and his colleagues, we all worked together, was very interesting. So though I am nowhere near water or reservoir, so but I started, we were working together, we had trips together, we went abroad for seeing a coastal reservoir. So very nicely we did. And then later, we were so close with IISc. Then he went to IIT Guwahati as director. So myself, my wife were goading him to go. I said, you should go, because it is one way you are taking a much higher responsibility. Also, for a bigger community you are going to serve. So he went there. Afterwards, he came to AICTE as chairman. So three things which are very important, I thought I will tell about Dr. Sitaram, because that shows the big thinking, not small thing. You think always big for the countries. So one is they started a hospital in IIT. Everybody wondering how is it happened. IIT Kharagpur has a hospital. IISc now Bengaluru also is having a hospital. So he thought that IIT Guwahati should have a hospital to support the community, local community, plus harness the strength of the institute faculty, facility, researchers, students, and the ecosystem. So now it's ready, hospital building ready. I recently went to IIT, and probably it will be kicking off the students and the patients now. This is one initiative he took. Second initiative is management. He started department of management. There was no management at all at IIT. So, but we know the importance of management. Today, most of the problems of the country going slow is not a good management. The projects get delayed, projects get problems, then it has to be abandoned or correction we have to give, then we have to change the leadership, so many factors. So he started a department of management, school of management, that is thriving very well. The second initiative, big thinking, and third big thinking is defense. So he started as a chairman AICTE. The defense should also be one of the courses that can be offered, defense technology, at academic institutions. This was not, at that time, it was a different scenario. We are talking almost 10 years ago. But today, you have seen the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, everybody talks first is defense only. How the defense is, today, one complete day there is a workshop going on in Delhi on defense industries, scientists, and then participation of academy. This was visualized at that time when there was no Operation Sindoor. Before Operation Sindoor, because I was a defense man, I know how important it is. So he started the defense courses. Today, almost so many private engineering colleges and so many government institutions have started a course in defense. And so many industries have started working on defense technology, defense products, defense solutions. Today also I heard Raksha Mantri telling that most of the tasks to be done will be done by private industry because the tasks are too many. One single organization cannot do it. We require maybe 100 companies. So this has come because he took the initiative. It's being taught in so many colleges, defense technologies. So these are three initiatives he initiated that show the big thinking, futuristic thinking, and the national level thinking. So I'm happy that we are associated with Dr. Sitaram and working in not only start with water but also so many topics. And I am here only to wish him and his family all the best and continue to be innovative, be big thinking, and be contributing to society and bring people together. See, the responsibility leader is how do you bring people from different streams to work together? This is a big challenge in the country. It is really lacking. So we are all working how to do it in a big way. So I wish him all the best. And this occasion is an apt situation when he is here and his students, all of them are beneficiaries. So I think a nice thing to wish him all the best. And Sitaram, all the best. God bless you.
I invite Dr. Ramaraju to kindly felicitate Professor Sitaram.
Dr. Tg-2026 name, which is almost storms in all the angles, which I started working from last 15 years closely with him, almost 2015, 16 onwards. We started working closely in the water sector. As we know, water is life. Sanitation is a way of life. Millions of people in the world lack safe accessibility of drinking water and basic sanitation facilities which are essential to human health and well-being. By knowing this, he started diverting himself to concentrate on water. They submitted a preliminary report based on the SURETY, the Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Again, he became a president for the International Coastal Reservoir Research. He was the president of the association. He called me and told that why can't we start in Karnataka also? So he called so many staff from our IISc Suratkal, and we inaugurated, that was inaugurated by none other than our Padma Shri Ramarao Saab. He inaugurated the session at our Dayanand Sagarkar Engineering Campus. They inaugurated the session where it was presided by our Dr. Tgs-2026 because his aim was how best we can use the water. As we know, almost 1,450 MLD, 1450 MLD of water is supplied to the Bangalore through Kaveri with various phases. Of course, almost 500 to 600 MLD of water that we are tapping through groundwater. But with all those things, still we have the scarcity of water in Bangalore. In the days to come, the alara will be more. Keeping that in mind, he clearly proposed, let us tap the runoff water which flows towards coastal belt. Let us construct the reservoirs there and use the same water for our either Bangalore or the drought-prone areas, maybe Tumkur or Chitradurga, something like that. He proposed and submitted a report to the government of Karnataka also. We have to appreciate and thankful to him for taking such a, unthinkable report they have submitted to the government of Karnataka. At the same time, it is the need of our also, in the days to come, several changes are going to take place where we need the things. Again, he took me to Taiwan, where the international conference was there. He asked me to, you just present the papers, whatever the things you have done, the work and all. And he helped me there also with all the other talents from across the country where they have participated in Taiwan. Where also we again, the brainstorming session, he learned a lot of things from there. So he gave the opportunity to almost all the people, irrespective of the region, community and all, and helped in all the angles to uplift them. So we are really thankful to Tgs-2026 Sir for his support and all. At the same time, to finalize, just I would like to tell, maybe in 1950s, ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮನ ಕಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಡಿ ವಿ ಗುಂಡಪ್ಪನವರು ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ನವರತ ಮನುಜ ತಿದ್ದುತ್ತಿರುವಂತೆ ವಿಕೃತಗೊಳಿಸುವನಂ ಆಕೆ ಯಂಗಗಳ ಭೂಕೃಷಿಕ ಶಿಲ್ಪಿ ವಾಹನ ಯಂತ್ರಿ ವ್ಯಾಕೃತಿಸರೇನವಳ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸೊಸೈಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಕಾಮನ್ ಫಿನೋಮಿನ. ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ನಿಯಮ. ಹೊಸತನವೇ ಬಾಳು, ಅಳಸಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸಾವು ಬಿಡು. ಹೊಸತನವೇ ಬಾಳು, ಅಳಸಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸಾವು ಬಿಡು. ರಸವು ನವನವತೆಯಿಂದ ಹನುದಿನ ಹೊಮ್ಮಿ ಹಸನೊಂದು ನುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಸರುತ್ತಿರೆ ಬಾಳ್ ಚೆಲುವು ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ Tgs-2026 ಅವರು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು AICTನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೋವೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೋರಿಯವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಹೌ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೆಡ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಮಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಸೊ ರಿಯಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್. I thank the entire committee for giving me an opportunity. Thank you all.
So on behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank our distinguished speakers and the expert panel members, faculty members, students, and participants for attending this session and making it a success.
Thank you all the presenters and expert panel for an eye-opening session on societal impact of our... वो बंद है सर. We request Professor Sitaram to felicitate Professor V.V. Srinivas. Yeah. May I know? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Delegates, we will now head into our final round of concurrent presentations for the day. Once again, please proceed to your respective halls for parallel technical sessions 7, 8, and 9 in the hall A, B, and C. And we request every delegate to gather back here in the TATA auditorium by 4:30 p.m. sharp as we commence our grand valedictory function to officially close the conference. See you there. See you shortly. Thank you so much.
Chairman of IISc Bengaluru chapter to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening. So it's my privilege to welcome you all for this valedictory function of the Tgs-2026 conference. So on behalf of IISc Bengaluru chapter, I welcome all the dignitaries, Chief Guest Dr. Anil Joseph, Guests of Honor, Padma Shri Professor Prahlad Ramarao, Dr. B. Rangaswamy, Dr. A.P. Singh, and the guests of this evening, Professor T.G. Sitaram and Mrs. T.G. Sitaram, and my colleagues, Professor Anbalgan and Professor H.N. Ramesh. Now we'll start the program. And first event of the program is honoring the guests.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and gracious welcome. As a token of our deep respect and gratitude for their presence today, we would like to honor and felicitate the dignitaries on the dais. First, I request Professor T.G. Sitaram to felicitate Dr. Anil Joseph, President of the IGS, and Vice President Asia ISSMG. Now, I invite Dr. C.R. Parthasarathi to felicitate and honor Padma Shri Professor Prahlad Ramarao, former Distinguished Scientist at DRDO and former Vice Chancellor of DIET. I invite Professor Anbalagan to felicitate Dr. B. Rangaswamy, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Davangere University. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Raghuveer Rao to kindly felicitate Dr. A.P. Singh, Honorary Secretary, IGS.
Thank you all. The Indian Geotechnical Society has been the bedrock of geotechnical advancement in our nation. To share a few words about the Society's ongoing mission and impact, I invite Dr. A.P. Singh, Honorary Secretary of IGS, to the podium.
Good evening, namaskar. Honorable guests on the dais and off the dais, we are really proud and privileged to attend this TGS 2026. This is a 2-day international conference which was organized in the honor of Professor Tg-2026 sir. He is a real gem of Indian Geotechnical Society as well as the geotechnical fraternity, not only in India but across the globe. He has handled a lot of geotechnical problem and infrastructural problems which were taken up for the nation's building and many other international projects also. So we are really very proud and privileged to attend this program and spend 2 days time with all the learned geotechnical fraternity friends in this August hall. So thank you very much. I would like to, on behalf of Indian Geotechnical Society, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of all the fraternity members of Indian Geotechnical Society to serve for a very healthy, long and joyful life to you and ma'am also. So thank you very much with this thing.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the phenomenal work being done by the IGS. We now move to a highly anticipated segment of our evening. May I invite our mentor and visionary, Professor Tg-2026, to deliver his technical presentation.
Distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, eminent scientists and academicians, industry leaders, colleagues, and my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the close of this memorable conference, and I am, with humility and gratitude, I would like to thank the Indian, particularly this TGS 2026 Organizing Committee, and also our Indian Geotechnical Society with all the chapters. I feel this TGS 2026 has been much more than a technical conference, friends. It has been a celebration of scholarship, friendship, mentorship, and also the enduring spirit of we belong to one group called geotechnical engineering. This international conference, thought about by my students, both in the institute and outside, called as TENETS of Geosystem Surety 2026. So look at the title itself, they have coined it with great care, and it's not easy to just come up with this title. And with a subtitle of Sustainable Infrastructure through Hazard Analysis, Resilience and Management, which is also, if you look at the chronological thing, it will become my name, Sitaram, which signifies our collective commitment to building infrastructure that is safe, resilient, and sustainable through scientific innovation, sound engineering principle, and ethical practice. That's why I have chosen my title of the practice as today as the Geo Practices Towards Sustainable Infrastructure. I will be very brief. I will not go into very detail because I have already spoken in the inaugural session. So this basically reinforces geosystem surety, which is achieved not merely through advanced technology, but through rigorous research, hazard and informed design, resilience planning, and responsible engineering for the benefit of society and future generation. So this represents our collective commitment to ensuring that every foundation we design, every slope we build is grounded in scientific rigor, engineering excellence, sustainability, and ethical responsibility. Friends, geosystem surety is ultimately about creating confidence. Confidence that our engineering decisions will stand the test of time and serve the society, safety, and responsibility. So this is the time when India wants to become developed India by 2047. A lot of infrastructure projects are being built in the country. So in this, our effort as civil engineers, role of civil engineers, and in particular geotechnical engineering is foremost important. So on this particular day, when we are concluding this conference of 2 days, because I was able to go to all the sessions, I've also heard all my students' presentation in 6 themes, and with all the experts sitting in there and giving their comments and their sharing their personal experiences with me. So I would like to take, before even I go to the presentation, first and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, once again, the conveners, every member of the organizing team, and also a large number of sponsors have supported, because I think Dr. Anbalagan is going to tell us a little story a little later maybe. And all those who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference a grand success. Because I remember, I think we started almost a year back. So the website was created almost like 8 to 9 months back. So organizing a conference of this scale demands months of meticulous planning, teamwork, and dedication. And I also had a couple of friends, one from Japan, Professor Hazarika, and Professor Vinod from Australia, and 1 or 2 more countries, I think they were there. They had come all the way for this event, which is a remarkable. My sincere appreciation to each one of you who have come from different parts of India and different colleges, different institutions and universities. I'm also particularly delighted to see so many of my former students presenting their research, chairing technical session. So they did not actually end with what they learned here. They started with that, but they showed what they have done after going back to their institutions, wherever they are. And I was so thrilled to see many of them are already achieved their best, become professors in their respective, because majority of them are in academic line, and all of them have become professors in their own domain, and most of them are in large number of IITs of our nation and NITs and many other institutions. So watching your growth, friends, has been one of the greatest rewards of my academic life. The greatest wealth of a teacher can create not just building laboratories, buildings and equipment and leading institutions. It is people. Today, seeing all of you here contributing to the science, engineering, and society, I feel immensely proud. Whatever little I have achieved as a teacher is reflected in your accomplishments. All of you know that when I joined Indian Institute of Science many years ago, my dream was not merely to establish a laboratory, it was to build a culture of inquiry, integrity, and excellence. Today, if I see some of my students, what they have achieved, really it is a satisfying moment for me to see them successful. Some of you may not know there are very highly accomplished individuals in this hall. I don't want to take any name because I'm afraid that I might leave some of them. So better to not say individual names, but they know whom I am talking about. So together, we developed one of the India's leading geotechnical earthquake engineering research laboratories. When I joined, the term itself was not known to many. And now, so many of my students are continuing that work across the country and contributed, and also being part of the government in many committees and many other, bigger roles they are playing. Yet when I look back, I realized that the laboratory was only a means through which all these students came to me. The true legacy is the generation of students and researchers who have carried knowledge far beyond these walls of the Indian Institute of Science, or compounds of Indian Institute of Science, and are now serving universities, research organizations, industries, government across India and also the world. So, just briefly to touch upon, I did say that in the yesterday morning about my journey. What did I learn here? How did I build our team? And also, what did we give back to the nation? As I reflect on my research journey over the past 4 decades, I realized that every milestone has been reshaped by the people I have worked with rather than by individual achievements. Research, to me, has never been a destination, friends. It has been a continuous journey of learning, questioning, mentoring, and contributing to the society. So if you have seen the presentations in the last almost 2 days, all we have looked at how are we going to contribute to the nation building. So each problem what we have touched in all the 6 themes were about that. As many of you know that my journey began from a very small government engineering college. That time there were hardly about 12 to 14 engineering colleges in our state. And we didn't know even IITs and IISc existed. Okay? That is the kind of a place where we are all from, small places. That was BDT College of Engineering, and that college started in 1951. Brahmappa Devendrappa Tamanappanawar, which was a government college. And where I received, I can confidently say, a good foundation in civil engineering. And all of you know that why I joined civil engineering also, because that time the jobs were only with the government in civil and electrical. So these are the demanding streams. And I'm very happy to see this time many of my toppers of JEE advanced ranking are choosing civil engineering. So I was saying this as the chairman AICTE before, that this is going to happen. This is a sinusoidal wave. So this wave is going to go up and down, and now again, I hope to see in a couple of years civil engineering is going to prosper. So after my engineering, I came to Indian Institute of Science as early as 1984. I moved to Bengaluru in 76 to National College, Basavanagudi. 78, I went to again Davanagere, came back here in 84 to Indian Institute of Science and did my master's, and then went to Canada to do my doctoral, and then to Texas, Austin, and then returned to IISc in 1994. Together with hundreds of brilliant students, research scholars, postdoctoral fellows, technicians and collaborators, we established a vibrant laboratory and vibrant culture of doing research and innovation in geotechnical engineering. Over the years, you can see my area of research, as you know, the 6 streams have expanded continuously, because my goal is to solve problems which is relevant to the nation, rather than simply doing for the sake of research and using number crunching. So we started working in rock engineering, geotechnical earthquake engineering, liquefaction, seismic microzonation, numerical modeling to establish and understand what is going to happen from theory to practice, deep excavations, reinforced earth foundations, tunnels, dams. I worked in large tailing dams, large number of tailing dams, and large infrastructure projects. Collaboration with institutions of even internationally, University of Waterloo, Texas at Austin, Hong Kong, University of Cambridge, Yamaguchi University, University of Wollongong, and many goes on. So one lesson I learned early is that research should never remain confined to journals or paper writing. This belief enabled our research group to contribute to several nationally important engineering projects, and that's where I would like to take a few minutes to show you, but I will not explain anything technically here. I'll just show you some of the pictures. Very interesting, nice pictures. This is one of the projects when we went there to the site of Chenab, which is in Jammu Kashmir. I will show you the location as well. In a couple of slides it will come. So the first visit was about 2005, and this slide is where we built, the nation has built the world's highest rail bridge in Chenab. This is connecting Jammu and Kashmir, two states, Jammu and Kashmir. It connects so that there is a continuous, connection to Srinagar and also up to Baramulla. I'll show you the location. So this rail link is called Udhampur Srinagar Baramulla rail link project. This is a very Himalayas, as you all know, because in the active young mountains, and these mountains are in the plate boundary thrust. So, and they have sub-zero temperatures for several months, difficult to access. There are no roads actually, and the people used to just walk and reach the locations. Vehicles were difficult, and a lot of disturbances also because of it is in that critical area. And there are many technology and innovation. Everything what has been done is completely new and world record here in this project. Just to give you an idea where it is, see, you see Jammu is at the bottom left corner here, with the airport of Jammu is right there, and Udhampur, Srinagar, and Baramulla. See, it is not that very big connection. Baramulla is almost in the border of Pakistan. Muzaffarabad is very nearby there. So I have also marked that very much more clearly, expanded version of it. So the blue part was already rails were running. That means even though, see, Jammu to Udhampur, the rail link was there. Udhampur to Katra was, that's where Vaishno Devi temple is there. That was inaugurated in 2017. And then, but the trains were running from Banihal, Kazigund to Srinagar to Baramulla much earlier in the valley. They had put the rail lines by taking through the road, and trains were running there. But the connection between Banihal to Katra was the one which was creating problem for the entire railways. Railways were unable to build this track because very deep gorges of Chenab river. There are so many rivers there actually, okay, and Anji river and all those, and those you can see the location of Chenab bridge, and location of Anji bridge is also is there. One of those small Anji Riyasi near Riyasi. There is all those blue lines are the rivers or streams you can call. So this is the bridge. I'll just go back, if I can go back to the slide. Yeah. You see, Udhampur to Katra is only 25 kilometers. They took a lot of time to build that. And then Katra to Banihal is 111, which is red thing. Banihal to Baramulla is 137 kilometers. So that 111 kilometers gave a lot of problem because it enters into a tunnel and then a bridge, tunnel and a bridge. There are many bridges, and the critical bridges are Chenab and Anji. So this is the beautiful picture, completed Chenab bridge. Okay. So the Chenab bridge stands as an arch of ambition for particularly the engineers of India. Because so difficult to build. Anything to take material itself is a challenging thing. Okay. Other than what I have explained to you. So it is once the project is completed, and also when they felt that it's going to be completed, I will also show you a little while. So it brings Jammu and Kashmir closer to the mainland India, physically, economically, and emotionally. Friends, this enhances the majestic ambience of the Himalayas. The bridge looks so majestic. These two bridges, I'll show you the pictures. I'm just showing you the pictures. Because this is an arch bridge, you can see, supported by abutments on either side, and also the curved, the approach line is also a curved one, and it is. So on June 6th of 2025 only, it was dedicated to the nation by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. Okay. The inauguration of Chenab Railway Bridge by Honorable Prime Minister was not merely a culmination of a mammoth infrastructure effort, which started as early as 2004 to work on and completed only in 2024 and 25 it was inaugurated, and towering almost 360 meters above the Chenab River, higher than the Eiffel Tower, because we always have a habit of comparing to the Eiffel Tower, because I don't know, many of you know, Eiffel Tower with no purpose has been built, just to show that we are the strongest country in the world. That is the approach actually that time. You know, they wanted to build something which is impossible, or something which is so bigger so people will remember. Otherwise, what is the purpose of simply building a tower and go on top of that and wanted to see the Paris city, okay? So from indigenous geotechnical solutions, the entire project has been done indigenously. Advanced construction technique, the project reflects India's growing self-reliance and confidence in delivering world-class infrastructure. This is the project where train is running, ladies and gentlemen, and many of my now military supplies and all of this thing very easily, very quickly it runs, because it is, you can run at least 120 kilometers per hour on this track. So these are some of the pictures. You can see the mountains at the back. It's a very treacherous mountains. Initially when we went, we have to go by foot or go by boat in the river and then climb up. There is no other route at all. And this is a younger dolomitic limestone, because I don't want to get into the technical details, as I told you. I want to only give you a picture of this thing. And there would be cavities, huge cavities inside the rock, okay, where even wild animals used to take rest. So these are the another views, and every crane what have been built is also world record, Guinness Book of World Records. Everything is first time, because wind speeds are so high there. Friends, we have also designed this with interactive design as we go along, because it took 17 years. That means so many uncertainties, find out new material properties, redesign, it goes on, never ended. So we called it a design as you go. So the problem statement is, look at one of the foundation abutments are 215 meters tall. It's only foundation, it's not a bridge. Okay? So at every level is a foundation. I will not get into the details. You can see on the left abutment there are 4 piers, and the right abutment 3 piers. Okay, that reaching those locations on the slope and putting those huge foundation was the biggest challenge for us. This is the Eiffel Tower which is shown us. So some details I don't want to again explain. This was the initial location. You can see many landslides were happening there, and during construction a lot of debris fell down. So it is to create, it can create even a dam, artificial dam in these, because please remember, Chenab River is one of the continuously flowing river, because it takes an origin in Himalayas, okay, and brings in a lot of water, and it enters Pakistan and joins Sindhu River, which is a very sacred river for all of us. So look at this. This is the initial before excavation, and look at the numbers also for those engineering. 6 lakh cubic meter of excavation and 33,000 running meter of bolting, and all of them are very, very unique, and 215 meter, and you can see the foundations of them. And similarly on the other side, another 3 lakhs of cubic meter, 124 meter tall. So these kind of bolts, you look at it, even how do you really insert a bolt which is about 10 meters or even 40 meters long, standing on those small decks? That's a big challenge. Imagine the rods, how do you insert, and even how the steel plates are taken, because the trucks, you cannot take a turn. I'll show you the roads. So this is a kind of foundation, 50 meter by 35 meter. This itself is a building. Just the foundation itself is a building, multi-story building like thing. And another one is 46 meter by 32 meters. So look at the roads. We have built so many roads to reach out those foundations. Okay, you can see the making of approach roads itself is a big challenge. So friends, another bridge I told you, the Anji Bridge, which is for across the river Anji-Kad. And this was also, I was a consultant as early as 2004, but 2008 or 7, Gammon India Limited withdrew from the project. They said we cannot do this. And that is the time railways had even given a chance to even Afghans to also withdraw. But Afghans stayed back with the project for the Chenab Bridge. But Anji Bridge, this is the beautiful bridge which is built. And what they did is, they did not go with the plan what we had earlier, like Arch Bridge, like what Chenab Bridge I showed you. They went for a cable-stayed bridge. So some of you who are in the city of Bengaluru, you have seen the Kerpuram Bridge. It is almost like that only. It is a cable-stayed bridge. So very beautiful. And recently I visited, both myself and my wife visited both the bridges. And friends, Chenab Bridge is an arch of ambience actually, and which is not merely of steel. So don't consider this as something just a steel, because it connects. It is a trust and national embrace. It binds Jammu and Kashmir to the heart of India, turning geography into a unity and aspiration. You can now go and see Srinagar and a lot of activities are happening because of this one bridge. Friends, it also inspires generations to come, particularly the engineering community, and is a learning experience for many of the young people. So we at AICT also created a special scholarship to visit this project. Okay, students can go there, so that the travel and other things to taken care and taking permission from them. So another important project which I went through is very divine, but it is connected to my heart. And it is not that I did this, because there are so many millions of engineers are there from in India, but Nupendra Mishra ji called me when I was a director at IIT Guwahati through a phone call. Professor, we want you to be having a problem. Whatever we planned is not working out. They had, I'll tell you what they have planned. Myself and my wife also visited that. So what is the kind of foundation for this Ram temple should be? Okay, it's the beginning, see, you only see the beautiful temple and many of you go and visit and pray for Ram, but what is below, many of you would not know, because that's the very challenging part in this construction. So I suggested open excavation, but remember those big piles which are standing were initially they wanted to do a pile foundation of 1.2 meter diameter, 20 meter deep, but all of these 6 piles failed, both for horizontal and vertical. I will not get into the details again, technical details. And that time only Nupendra Mishra ji called us. So you can imagine there were almost 4 to 6 rigs ready to drill the entire foundation, okay, with pile foundations like what you see for metro construction. All of you who have been in Bangalore would have seen, or any other city also. But this particular project, when it failed, he called me, and then later on he made a committee of 8 members, but that is the peak COVID time. So I told him, geotechnical engineering is like doctoring the ground. Without seeing the patient, we cannot give the treatment. He was really surprised to hear that word, but he said, I will arrange. And we went sometime in November, December to Ayodhya Dham, and that is the picture. We went there exactly on the date, somewhere in 2020. So you can see the drill rigs were standing. So when I gave a solution, it should be completely open excavation. And because of that, anyway, finally it was with a lot of deliberation, discussion and analysis, and also looking at temples across, not only in India, across the world by TCE, what kind of foundations temples have. To our surprise and to our knowledge, none of the temples were on pile foundations. All of them were on shallow foundation. Even in the coastal town of the Rameshwaram, okay, the temple is on a shallow foundation. How did our Indian builders knew this knowledge? How did they build these projects? So a lot of debate happened, and finally, I think temple committee accepted the recommendation which I wrote. Because of that, wealth of information they could retrieve when they excavated 14 meters down. Okay, wealth of information means wealth of artifacts have been found. Now I think they require a museum to keep that, to see, to show it to the people. It is a history, friends. So now I would like you to show one video, and which will summarize the entire Ram Janmabhoomi temple, how the foundation was done. This is Champath Rai. All of you know now. Why? Because of the controversy recently. He is the temple trust, but he is such a simple man. I can vouch for you. He dedicated his life to Sri Ram temple from 86 onwards. Yeah, please.
और ASI एक्सकवेशन का मैं यहाँ एक परिचय और करा दूँ। मेरा हमारे बीच में बैठे हैं सीताराम, ये प्रोफेसर हैं, डॉक्टर हैं। देखते ही मुझे याद आ गया, नाम बोल दिया मैंने। ये IIT गुवाहाटी में डायरेक्टर थे कोरोना काल में 2021 में। समस्या खड़ी हुई, 1000 साल का मंदिर है तो इसकी फाउंडेशन कैसी होनी चाहिए। लार्सन टुब्रो ने फाउंडेशन के बारे में जो सोचा, उसका ट्रायल अप टू द मार्क नहीं आया, सब चिंतित हो गए। तो देश में जितनी IIT, दिल्ली, गुवाहाटी, बम्बई, चेन्नई, CBRI रुड़की, NGRI हैदराबाद, लार्सन टुब्रो, टाटा, इनके सब बड़े बड़े स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियर्स, IIT गुवाहाटी के डायरेक्टर, IIT दिल्ली के रिटायर्ड डायरेक्टर, NIT सूरत के डायरेक्टर, CBRI के डायरेक्टर। अब कोरोना तो सब ऑनलाइन मीटिंग होती थी। इस कोरोना में इन्होंने कहा मैं तो साइट विजिट करूंगा और अकेले करूंगा, मेरे साथ कोई नहीं चाहिए। अबे कोरोना में कुछ हो गया तो क्या होगा इनको। और ये साइलेंटली अयोध्या में और जन्मभूमि में प्रवेश कर गए, सब कुछ देखते रहे, पता नहीं क्या देखा। और इन्होंने एक इंडिपेंडेंट रिपोर्ट लिखी कमेटी से हट करके, ये होना चाहिए, वही किया गया। 1000 साल आयु अगर पत्थर की है तो उसके कंधे भी उतने ही मजबूत होने चाहिए, अर्थात फाउंडेशन भी वैसी होनी चाहिए। आपकी रिपोर्ट, मैं आप सबको अपना प्रणाम निवेदन करता हूँ।
Thank you. So what they did finally is, we told them to excavate and use that soil initially with higher energy compaction, but finally that was also been discarded. They have made the rolled concrete with fly ash, cement, and without any steel. The entire thing is width of the foundation, that is about 100 meters, 125 meters on the other side, 14 meter deep, is completely excavated and casted as a rolled concrete. So that means it is, now temple is sitting on like a rock mass, sitting on a rock mass, huge rock, you can imagine. That means no earthquakes can do anything to it. And it is almost like a very hard rock. On the hard rock, how do you build the temple? That's what has been built. Friends, to say this itself in the 8-member committee requires a lot of courage. Because all our experts, all our professors and directors of IIT, all of them were looking for other alternative solutions, because it's a geotechnical conference, I should tell you, they were looking for stone columns. I even asked a question to Professor Raju, sir, stone columns, when concrete itself has not withstood, how stone column will stand? So then he also agreed, yes, and then we wrote 2 alternatives. So this is where, but what is beauty is, after constructing, the settlement is about 4 millimeter, and we were looking at about 20 millimeter. Limit was 20 millimeter, it's only 4 millimeter settlement has happened. So it's a perfectly, and also we have done a lot of analysis for earthquakes, so it can withstand almost 1,000 years. It can stand without any problem. Friends, as I told you, this decision is not about, it's a very simple solution for a geotechnical engineer, okay? Because we always, first option is for us is shallow foundation. But in this project, it is a site where a mosque was standing, and 1992, many of my Karyakartas are here, were maybe part of it, or I don't know, and to demolish that mosque and construct. That means entire thing was a very, almost containing bricks and tiles and whatever, civilization has taught them. It's almost a 500 years of history of the temple, which we know. And maybe when they carbon dated this project, I understood, but I have not seen the document, I should not understood. When the carbon dated, the temple existed during Krishna's time. That means Dwapara Yuga. Temple existed. That was a reconstructed temple. That's what they are saying. So that means you look at, if you had gone for pile foundation, all of these information would have been lost. And that is why Champath Rai is so passionate about saying this in a very conference of judges. This was an event where he talked, was in the Ambedkar International Center in Delhi, where the book of Ram Temple's case, High Court judge had written a book, how the Ram Temple case was won by the judge, Kamalesh Gupta ji, and at that time he mentioned this after seeing me sitting there. Otherwise, he is not a planned talk. He just saw me sitting in the front row because I was also invited, just like many of you are sitting. He looked at me and then he said this. So friends, as I said, success does not come overnight, and it requires a lot of courage to say. We have to be bold at sometimes. Difficulties do come. So the message for my young people is never be afraid of smaller things which comes in your life. Through hard work you can overcome. There are no shortcuts to meaningful achievements. Your degrees may open doors, but your character, integrity, competence, along with your courage to do the things, will determine how far you go. In research, never compromise. Friends, a publication obtained, we have written 2 papers on this, and one of them, Dr. Dipankar is right here as the editor of the Indian Geotechnical Journal. It made as open access so that anybody can download freely, right? So these 2 papers are in Indian Geotechnical Journal, which I have explained what details have gone, which I could not explain today, are there available to freely, and thanks to Indian Geotechnical Journal. Friends, I don't want to take much of your time. That's all I would like to share. But I would tell you, beyond this, I enjoyed my time at the All India Council for Technical Education, wherein my journey at AICT reaffirmed that, we have better things to do than just writing papers, producing PhD thesis, than bringing at scale good quality engineers from our nation. So my journey at AICT reaffirmed my belief that when one works with sincerity, transparency, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public service, no force can alter the course of meaningful change. And I should acknowledge my wife, Dr. Anuradha's support. During these 3 years, sometimes it's very, very difficult, all kinds of phone calls used to come, asking for so many things, because you imagine 14,000 institutions. And some of them, and all of them who runs the engineering colleges. I don't need to explain. It was a big challenge. But that time she was there. We used to discuss. And some of them you have to go out of the way and help them also, because there are such a phenomenal institutions. One incident I would like to tell you, JJ School of Arts, for example, one of the 150 years or 180 years institution in Mumbai. They had forgotten to apply for AICT approval and they have to close down. They were continuously calling me. I said that there is nothing I can do. I could have easily said there is nothing I can do and close it down. But I also took a humanitarian consideration. Look at so many students are studying there. What happens to them? And it is one of the oldest art school in the country. So I took a bold step, took a decision. We will approve this, whatever it is. And I told them, don't worry about what happened in the past, but this year onwards you will get the approval. So we made an approval, and actually just a month back I met JJ School of Arts, the principal, in Mumbai, when I made a presentation to Chinap Bridge only on that day. He came, sir, thank you so much. So it really gave a relief. And such stories are many during that last 3 years. So why I said that is, I don't get disturbed by small things. we have to deal with the things because it's a nation, we are doing the nation's work and people's work. So our focus was in building India's future engineering talent by strengthening institutions across the country. And please remember, our country is very big, ladies and gentlemen. And I was not able to go. I attended about 200 convocations in selected institutions and brought out all my speeches, and every speech is different. And it is in the books, and if some of you would like to see and read, it is in tgsitaram.com website. You go to speeches. There are 200 speeches of the convocation, and everywhere we have discussed about what did we do. How did we build, particularly in rural and aspirational districts, the engineering institutions, and through skill laboratory, research support, innovation ecosystem, startup culture, industry academia collaboration, and implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Our vision was only to produce not just engineers, ladies and gentlemen, but innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, and nation builders. Today we are going to release a book on Road Ahead 2.0 because the disruption what we are going to witness in the couple of years, not tens of years. You see, when computers came in, we had at least 25 years time. When internet came in, also it took a lot of time to penetrate to rural part of India. Okay? But when AI has come, I would like you to continue the next slide, please. When artificial intelligence has come, the impact of artificial intelligence on education and strategies to maximum employability of the students is the biggest challenge in our nation. It is not about engineering, it is not about any, see, we have about 4.5 crore children in higher education. Another 5 crore children additionally are going to come by 2035. I don't know where are the universities, where are the colleges for these 5 crore children. You might ask, where are the children? Yeah, you can look at class 10 and class 12, 26.5 crore children are there in the school. Every year 2 crore children are graduating. And all of them with 90%. Not like our time, 50, 55, okay? And now all of them with 90%. One time in Delhi University, admission stopped at 100%. So such a intense competition is there. What happens if we don't provide an opportunity to them? You have seen what happened in Sri Lanka. You have seen what happened in Nepal. You have seen what happened in Bangladesh. Okay? And Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, 3 countries. We have seen, they will all be, youngsters will be on the streets. They are not like our time. Our time, we did not know IIT existed, IISc existed, staying only 200 kilometers from Bangalore. Okay? But this is not the world like that. This is an era of social media. Highly connected. They know everything in every part of the world. And when they don't have an opportunity, they will be on the streets. Already you saw what happened in CJP even in our country. Okay? But somehow we could withstand as a nation. So friends, so how AI is reshaping and learning and what it means for India's workforce is a big, big challenge for India. Not only India, to the whole world already is worried about it. So Geoffrey Hinton, Nobel laureate, said AI will be comparable to industrial revolution in its impact on society. But I go which little further. It is no comparison to industrial revolution. Friends, the disruption is huge and humongous. Friends, but one thing I agree with Kai-Fu Lee, AI is not going to replace humans because humans will be always on the top because we have created this technology. Using AI will replace humans who do not. So this statement is a very unique statement which is acceptable to all of us, and that means we have to train all these people, the human people, through the AI. So technology must augment human capability, not replace the human dignity. This was the decision we took. I was part of the chair of the AI Impact Summit in Delhi, where we took a decision that we have to train these people. But we do not have a lot of time to train them. Very, very short time you have to do it. See, if you remember in 1976, some of us sitting in the front row will remember, when computers came in, entire both the railways as well as bank employees went on strike, saying that it will take away our jobs. But today, that's not the case. So today we have understood the disruption, how it's going to impact us, but we are not on the streets to strike against AI. So AI is not merely another technology, ladies and gentlemen. It is a transformative force comparable to the industrial revolution, the electricity and internet. Even when electricity came in, when invented, it took a lot of time to lay the cables and all those things. We had enough time. But AI is not like that. AI is already on your phone. So it is going to change education, healthcare, agriculture, manufacturing, governance, finance, transportation. And particularly in learning, so the way we teach, we learned in our time, is not acceptable to the students because they don't have even attention to see that everything is available to them at their fingertips. Friends, so AI and the transformation of education will happen through tutors, personalized learning, virtual laboratory, language translation. Today, you don't need to worry about which language you're talking about. All these ChatGPT will translate in a minute, and if you are not able to read, it will tell you orally. That's the kind of things that we have seen, ladies and gentlemen. So adaptive learning, project-based learning, competency assessment, lifelong learning is going to be the focus. And that is where I would like to tell you my next book, which I'm writing, is Nanocons from Campuses of India. That means our college should create companies, the young people with the help of AI. Today that is possible with 1 or 2 people getting together can create their own companies, solve a problem which is burning, like what you have seen, Uber, Ola. You don't need so much of investments. You need an idea, critical thinking, problem solving. That's where we need to take our education to the next generation, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the AI Impact Summit. That is the decision which we took. I chaired the Human Capital Working Group with 100 countries. And what is important for our nation is AI factories we have to create. Every district should have an AI factory. So what is this AI factory? You can ask. It will be a very high performance computing, which requires a very large energy, water for cooling and everything. So technologies are actually transforming there. So recently I presented to one of the important committees, but I don't want to name what is that. But I said, very similar to what Estonia and Lithuania has done, we have to also create a ministry of AI compute. I recommended this. Otherwise, we will not be able to put this because it needs a lot of money. And this should be available to everybody. So we have to invest in AI infrastructure, AI factories, and shared computing resources in our country. We started in a small way with 40,000 GPUs. That is nothing when America and China are talking about millions of GPUs. Friends, concluding, AI will not merely change education. It will redefine how we learn. Not just students, even all of us. How we learn, innovate, and work. So skilling, upskilling, reskilling is order of the day. And everybody has to reskill. Continuous learning, thanks to NEP again. Lifelong learning has an importance. Maybe we might have to go back to Gurukulas and start doing things by our own time. So the future belongs not merely to those who learn AI, but to those who use AI to solve humanity's most pressing challenges. With this, I thank you very much for patiently hearing to me, and I really appreciate your time and effort. I once again thank every one of you who have come to this conference for the last 2 days, and also my family who have also visited us, and some of them are sitting at the back and were supporting silently our work. Otherwise, we can't be doing this very focused work for several years. And also children, it's a very difficult time for them because we are not there when they need us. At this time, I would like to thank every one of my students, collaborators, friends, and also those who have come here to celebrate or to wish me the good luck when I'm superannuating from this institute. And I'm very sure you heard yesterday what Dr. Nagendra said. So there are a lot of other things to be done in the field of education in our nation because there are a large influx of students are coming. And we need many of you to jump into this area of because the education is going to be completely disrupted. It will not be happening in classrooms, it will happen beyond classrooms. It can happen even in your homes. So that's the kind of a computing is going to change the way we learn, work, and live. With these brief remarks, again, thank everybody on the stage, on the dais. They're all my good friends for a long time, and very senior, very distinguished colleagues are there, starting from Professor H.N. Ramesh, the other side, and Rangaswamy, Vice Chancellor, Davanagere University. He was a former registrar of VTU, and our A.P. Singh, again, an entrepreneur, very successful entrepreneur, and geotechnical consultant, and our president and vice president of International Society of Soil Mechanics, Professor, we called him professor in the morning, in your absence, but anyway, he is more than a professor, Dr. Anil Joseph, and my wife is also there, and Professor Prahlad Ramarao is my good friend for a long time, and he did speak just before this session. He explained how we work together, even though our areas are completely different. But he was also my board member in IIT Guwahati when I was there. And Raghuveer is a long time colleague of mine in the department. And many of you are there in the audience, many of my students and friends. Thank you very much once again. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir, for that profoundly insightful and thought-provoking presentation. It is now our honor to hear from our chief guest. I invite Dr. Anil Joseph to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening all. Respected T.G. Sitaram sir and Mrs. Sitaram sir, the programs and the last 2 days and the passion which it was done, there are no words. It clearly shows that this person has touched the life of so many human beings and transformed them. And transformed them into such a situation that we can see such an eminent person, people coming across the globe, sitting here, attending to this, and we can see the passion and energy he still has. Look at the cases he studied, lot of lessons to carry home. A geotechnical engineer is the doctor of the soil. And unless and until you go to the site, look for themselves, whether it is COVID or not, the idea happens. And a committee, we all agree to agree with the committee, he agreed to disagree with the committee, and the power of lateral thinking of the situation and how the situation can be looked in differently, and with a unique idea which came in when 7 members of the committee was telling differently, he came with the independent report, which transformed. This is divine blessings on him. And look at the things of the case studies of the Chennai Bridge, where it was such a challenging reach there. People had abandoned that project, but they have believed the power of engineering and believed in the power of Professor Sitaram's knowledge on the subject, that the people were confident that there will be a solution. Same is in the case of Ram Mandir, which has happened. And there are a lot of messages for youngsters to take it. One, agree to disagree. Second, think differently. There is different way, because look at that, the time in the AICT also. He has come on, if I remember, so we were telling that always I have the opportunity, I was working as the chairman of the Institution of Engineers India. And wherever you go with a problem, he doesn't cut it out. AMI was abandoned in 2012. We reached there, he told, he finds a solution to help. He says there are people who has lost their career, about 9,000 engineers who completed AMI is not recognized. He told, you let the case happens, you come for a settlement, I will try to make sure that these 9,000 people who has completed will get an opportunity to continue with their life. I'm just citing this as an example because he has touched the lives of so many people. That is why in this retirement function, so many people are passionately here, coming from Australia to Japan to different parts, because he has transformed and touched their life. Thank you, sir, and it's a great blessings you have given. The journey has just begun. He's very young. It's so much things he can contribute. And we remember continuously used to meet him. So one day he is here, next day he is there, attended so many functions, had transformed knowledge and shared the vision, because time can change us from outside, but a person can change us from inside. He is a typical living example of that, who transform people, transform humanity. And engineer builds a building, but he builds human being and connect them, and the passion with which he delivered that talk. Look at the China Bridge. So he understood so much of complications in that, the Ram Mandir, and if the list goes on, lists will be so much. And AICT, so many engineering colleges. We were thinking that IIT and NIT, sir always used to tell, there are 3,720 engineering colleges and so many lakhs of 1 million, 1.5 million engineers coming out every year. So we are producing engineers for the world. And that engineers has been triggered by different concepts and passion which he has developed. It was a great experience, and I would like to congratulate the entire organizing committee, Ambaragan, my own friend, our Sapartha Saradi, the entire organizing team who was there. These were the students who have voluntarily come forward, and look at the parallel session we had. You go to an international conference, we don't have so much of parallel session. And importance of each section, I was telling Ambaragan, I don't know where he is. Yeah, so he is here only. So the plan and the system, because these are each area was selected based on the expertise which Professor Sitaram has served the society. Each area is worked out in detail, and there is a PhD students from over the so many years who worked on that area and on that part, the thing. So it's a huge contribution to the nation. And I tell, this is just a break in the journey. You will come up with different things. Government we should all nominate him for a Padma Shri or Padma Bhushan for that, and government should nominate him to continue with changing the reforms, because to reach this level, it's a big task. The vision he has to be spread across and make sure that our country benefits out of his vast knowledge. And I was not serious. I am very seriously telling that there is a person from engineering to get Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan. Here we have Professor T.G. Sitaram, and I wish all the very best for Professor T.G. Sitaram and wife in the next innings of journey. And I request on her behalf to give more time and attention to her in the next part of the career, and keep balancing the life. It's something when we people are going so forward, we sometimes forget that there are so much of other things also to do. So balance the act in the next journey, and wish you all a very best, and all the people who are behind this show, all who have come up across that. Today we have deliberated so many things. I always believe engineering lies in the field. Engineering is the art of applying knowledge into practice. You have debated so many things, so much of things, and that is where SAR has always proven by example that it is the impact which has converted into the field, as his role as a consultant, as his role, importance of sequencing, microsonation, all the different aspects you look in. It's a great journey. Please continue with your journey. The second innings is opening up now, and all the very best you and for your family and for the children also, because they have put in and they have balanced so much, because in such a fast-track life, it's very difficult to balance that, but they were there yesterday and today supporting him in all the course. Thank you very much, and wish you all the very best for each participants.
Thank you, sir, for your very kind words. Now may I like to invite our guest of honor, Padma Shri Professor Prahlad Rama Rao, to kindly share his remark with the audience.
I had already, good evening to all of you, Dr. Sitaram, Mrs. Sitaram. I had already given what we did together, totally two dissimilar domains. I was in missiles, he was in geotech, but how we work, gel together. Even today we are discussing coastal reservoirs. Why not have Karnataka coastal reservoir? We are discussing because we are so close together. So I want to wish him, his family, who are here, who are not here, all family members, a second innings of better success, higher level, higher accolades, and better health for him and his family members, and all the best from my side, from my wife. She couldn't come today, but both of us would like to share our best wishes to him and his family members. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and inspiring words. Next, I want to request our guest of honor, Dr. B.E. Rangaswamy, Vice Chancellor of Davangere University, to please deliver his address.
Namaskara. The most respected, untired scientist and academician, Dr. T.G. Sitaram sir, Srimati Sitaram, Anuradha madam, and distinguished scientists of India, Prahlad sir, distinguished academicians on the stage, half the stage, T.G. Sitaram sir's students, grand students, invitees and friends and family members. It's my great privilege and honor to be part of this a very important program. It's honoring the most distinguished academician and visionary leader in Indian higher education, that is Professor T.G. Sitaram sir. A teacher greatness is measured not merely by number of students he has produced or taught, but by the number of lives transformed and the institutions strengthened. Professor Sitaram sir stands as a shining example of such a transformative leadership. Throughout his illustrious career, he has made a very remarkable contributions to engineering education in the country, research, institutions building, and national education policy. I was part of VTU as a registrar, and so many occasions I had an opportunity to interact with respected T.G. Sitaram sir. The one thing we appreciated is whenever we meet him, we ask some favors for the university. With smiling face, he used to say yes. That's what Professor Sitaram sir we have seen. As a renowned geotechnical engineer and an inspiring academic leader, and you all know that he is a former director of IIT and a former chairman of AISc. He has consistently worked towards making engineering education is more relevant, innovative, inclusive, and skill-oriented. That's what I have seen as a registrar of VTU for almost 3.5 years. One of his greatest contributions has been his unwavering commitment to introducing skill-based engineering education. That's what it's phenomenal. And recognizing that industries today requires graduates who can innovate, design, create, and solve the real-world problems. And he has championed experiential learning through internships. That's what AICT has started an internship portal. And in the same lines, VTU also started internship portal, where many companies came together to offer internship to the needy students. That is something which is marvelous as far as his ideas are concerned. And project-based education, hands-on laboratory, training, innovation laboratories, and strong industry and academia collaborations. Under his visionary leadership, the AICT has encouraged institutions across the country to establish. There were very few idea labs in the country. Of course, Karnataka had one, that too at VTU Mudanelli. But later on, of late, and last year, I think he has sanctioned more than 35 idea labs to Karnataka alone, and more than 70 labs to Tamil Nadu. Almost more than 350 idea labs across the country. That is something, very, very a big achievement where student can come, do some hands-on, do some innovative project. That's where we remember a lot as far as Sitaram sir's contributions are concerned. And he enabled students to transform ideas into a prototypes and innovations. And his efforts have inspired thousands of young engineers to become innovators, entrepreneurs, and job creators rather than merely job seekers. Professor Sitaram sir has also been a strong advocate of national education policy. 2020, he has promoted the multidisciplinary educations with great, spirit, and and AICT has given flexible curriculum, academic bank, of course, so many things I can say, continuous learning, ensuring engineering education keeps pace with rapidly changing technologies. His emphasis on emerging technologies, that's what we have seen. AICT has introduced so many emerging courses for engineering students, right from artificial intelligence to data science to whatnot. And sustainable engineering has prepared engineering institutions for the future. Equally important is his concern for teachers, and he has consistently emphasized faculty development programs across various engineering institutions and continuous professional learning and the active involvement of industry experts as professors of practice like Anil Josephji, and thereby strengthening the quality of engineering education throughout the country. Another remarkable aspect of his leadership is his belief that the quality education should reach every student. His encouragement of engineering education in Indian languages, Honorable Governor of Karnataka has released translated to many engineering books have been translated to Kannada and offering engineering education in local languages. That's where has opened a new opportunities to talented students from diverse linguistic backgrounds. Beyond policies and reforms, Sitaram sir has inspired an educational culture that values innovation, ethics, research excellence, and inclusiveness and societal responsibility. His leadership has motivated institutions to become centers of excellences and that contribute meaningfully to national development. Sir, your vision has helped transform engineering education from a system focused primarily on examinations into one that nurtures competencies, creativity, employability, and innovation. Your contributions will continue to inspire educators, researchers, even policymakers, and millions of students across India. On behalf of Davangere University and the all gathered here, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your extraordinary service to the nation. Through it may be building Chenab or Ram Mandir. We are deeply honored by your presence today and privileged to felicitate a leader whose work has shaped the future of engineering education in India. So we wish you a good health, happiness, and many more years of inspiring leadership. Of course, we all have been motivated by your, the kind gesture and patting us and to do more. With these few words, I sincerely thank all the organizers for inviting this, a small fellow to this such a wonderful program. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights. The legacy of a great academician is reflected in the network of professionals they inspire. We will now have a special felicitation of Professor T.G. Sitharam by the representatives of the organizing IGS chapters. I invite Professor Raghuveer Rao, Dr. C.R. Parthasarathi, Professor Anpalagan, Professor Vijayendra, Professor H.N. Ramesh, and other representatives of IGS Bengaluru chapter to kindly come to the stage and felicitate Professor T.G. Sitharam. I now invite Professor S.K. Prasad and other representatives of IGS Mysuru chapter to kindly come to the stage and felicitate Professor T.G. Sitharam. Yes, sir. also invite Professor Rajat Prasad and other representatives from IGS Hubli Darwa chapter to kindly come to the stage and honor Professor T.G. Sitaram. Now the representatives from IGS Hubli Darwa chapter. I request if any of the delegates or dignitaries here would like to felicitate Professor TGS, please let us know. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I request. Okay, sir. I invite Professor Srivalsa Kolatayar and other representatives from IGS Suratkal chapter to kindly felicitate Professor T.G. Sitaram. I invite our guest of honor, Dr. B. Rangaswamy, to kindly felicitate Professor T.G. Sitaram. On behalf of Director IIT Patna and entire IIT Patna fraternity, a small token of love and appreciation. Now we have Professor Karunakar Rai and Professor Manjunath from Nitta University to felicitate Professor T.G. Sitaram. I now invite Mr. Ram Murari and team from Hindustan Zinc Limited for felicitating Professor T.G. Sitaram. We have Dr. Puneet and Kiran from Seminar Room Education to felicitate Professor T.G. Sitaram. If any of the delegates or dignitaries present here would like to felicitate Professor TGS, please come to the front of the stage.
So the organizing committee, get the. So the organizing committee wish to.
Sir, mic is not on.
So you say. Student So on behalf of organizing committee, so we request all the Professor TGS students to come on the stage. Professor Maji, everybody.
We have the students of Professor TGS here honoring him. We invite Professor T.G. Sitharam to present a memento to his students. I request all the students of Professor TGS to come forward.
So actually the memorable event has been captured. The first day it has been given as a memento from Professor to all the students. Madam, you also can distribute. Yeah, please.
Let's give them a warm round of applause, everyone, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We now come to a special moment celebrating the power of ideas, vision, and nation-building thought knowledge. It is our privilege to release 4 books authored by Professor Sitaram, each reflecting his commitment to education, research, innovation, and India's future. May I request the dignitary on the dais to kindly join the book release. The first book being released, Inspiring Young Minds to Embrace Research and Innovation for Viksit Bharat at 2047. It is a work that encourages the younger generation to pursue research, innovation, and purposeful contribution toward India's developed future. The second book is Unlocking the Potential of Technical Education to Shape India's Future, a timely reflection to the transformative role of technical education in building nation capability and empowering future professionals. The third book, AI Imagineering, is a thought-provoking work that brings together imagination, artificial intelligence, and engineering vision for the future. The fourth book is The Road Ahead 2.0, a timely forward-looking work that presents a roadmap for integrating artificial intelligence across education institutions, research facilities, and industries. The book highlights how AI is set to transform not only education, but every sector by driving innovation, progress, and national development.
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. As we draw curtains on TGS 2026, I invite Professor P. Anparagan. Sorry, sir. I invite Professor P. Anparagan, convener of the conference, to share his closing remarks and summarize our journey over these 2 days.
Very good evening to all of you. So I hope you are all enjoyed last 2 days, a specialized event, so specially done first time. So to created a approach how to felicitate a professor started with Professor Sitaram. Okay. So this idea we conceived about 1 year back. So where my friends, so Maji, Murali, and Vinod, so Srish and all, we were together, we were discussing that. So next year, Professor, they said, Anbu, so you take lead. You do whatever you want. So that is the first permission they are given. Then I requested Professor, so it's time to talk to him. So this is the plan we have. So you have to be there for 2 days from morning to evening. So he committed and came. Today, 8:45 is here. 9 o'clock session. Okay, 8:5 was, that is the commitment and dedication. So as he committed, he came. So he said, go ahead and do whatever you want. Then I went to our chairman, so and then our colleagues. So all of them are so overwhelmingly supported. Okay, so without any hesitation. So they are all come in different session. You might have seen. So since being a Saturday today, many of them are not there now. So I thank the whole department. So to support this technical event. So then followed by, so we had actually financial arrangement. So Dr. Ramulu was actually taken lead to actually support all the financial requirement, and then so done excellent work on helping me with that. Then Dr. Partha, so who was actually shoulder, so many of the work and planned the event very well. Okay, so then so H.N. Ramesh, Professor H.N. Ramesh, so he also joined with us and helped. Then Professor Vijendra, so Professor S.K. Prasad, okay, so then Dr. Raghuvir, so they are all shoulder my responsibility. I could able to do better with them. So then apart from that, so our office staff, okay, so basically so Vasanta and then Pratima, so Mr. Naveen, okay, who has actually tirelessly worked. So Mr. Naveen, Mr. Nazib, and then Samson. So the whole Department of Civil Engineering first time involved our office staff to help in the conference. They were from beginning to now actually helped me. So because we do not have initially any team or anything, so they are the one who behind us. Then apart from that, our student volunteers who taken care of the technical session about we had so 9 parallel session. Okay, so all of them was taken care by them. So all my volunteers, so I will read one by one their name. They can come to the stage. So certificate. Come. So Ankit Kumar, so Anushree. So Professor, I request Professor to certificate to them, so they will be happy to receive from Professor. So Ankit Kumar, Anushree, you come one by one. So Ayas, Abhishek, Deepak, Arish, so Arisudan, Hirtik, Salman, Karan, Lava Kumar, so Manoj, so Jishan, Mustafa, Nazib, Naveen, Omir, Panjami, Prajal, Rishabh, Samal, Saurav, Sugant, Surya, Kirtana, Vishnu, Yadunandan, Yogesh, Ayush, Reshma, Renu, Shivani from Saradi Geotech, so Darshan, Vishwa. So the volunteers help will not end without mentioning the Shivani and then Reshma and then also so all of them actually tirelessly made this event very successful. Okay, so as you know that the entire event is grant only if the funding comes. Okay, so I start, so the platinum sponsor, so VTU, Viswesvaraya Technology, they are very generous. Okay, so they are kind enough to give so big amount of money. So then the gold sponsor, SRM University and Ramaya Institute of Technology, then silver sponsor, say MITS, Madanapalli Institute of Technology, Manipal Academy and Higher Education, Rathinam Technical Campus, Coimbatore, PMBS, Pune, then ICO, the bronze sponsor, Christian University, Chennai Institute of Technology, Xylem Geotech, Midas, PSG Coimbatore, Saradi Geotech, then the donor. So EL Tech, JT Joseph, so VVC and SIT Tumkur, Professor Dinesh and the Oxford Educational Institute, so they are all there. So this financial contribution not stopped here. So there is one more very special event. So we are planning to establish, okay, so free doctoral fellowship on professor name at IISc. Okay, so that free doctoral fellowship basically, why the free doctoral fellowship? So as you know that the people who are come from rural background, okay, so getting into the half-an-hour interview and clearing interview may not be always successful. Okay, so because the kind of sometimes nervous, it may not work out. So, but they may be highly talented. So in order to support such kind of candidates, so we are planning to introduce a pre-doctoral fellowship. So this pre-doctoral fellowship basically, so give opportunity to the unprivileged student to work 1 year at IISc. All our young colleagues, okay, they are agreed, associate and assistant professors, agreed to mentor them. So we are actually planning to establish financial support to them through Professor Fellowship Enrollment Fund. Okay, so I request any of you are interested to contribute, I welcome. So you can pay to that in our WADA account. So where this fellowship will be used to educate the next generation of the PhD, so that a Professor TGS name legacy will be carried forward throughout the career of the institute. Okay, it will be cover every year one candidate. they will get the opportunity to come to IISc, work with the faculty. So once they accomplish with the research, they will continue their career so that they will become like us, one of the professor at the future, which initiated by the professor name. Okay, so that was all the students we are combinedly decided, and we are going to establish in the institute. Okay, that so that was a significant first time in the any technical education institute. So I don't think any other technical institute has such kind of arrangements. We thought about that. We are planning to establish that soon. So we were looking for the donors. So anybody interested, anything amount, you please welcome. You can pay to us. You can contact me, Parsardi, so any of our team. So the hall filled all of your audience. So your support, your encouragement, many of you come early morning and staying up to evening. So made the conference very successful. Okay. So I thank all of you. Okay. So to come all the way, felicitate Professor Sitaram, honoring us. Okay. So particularly session chair, expert panels, who are all busy professors. So accepted my invitation all the way to come here. So all of you I thank. Okay. So I thank Professor and as well as Mrs. Professor Sitaram. Both of them are actually actively engaged both the day with us without any hesitation. So this is how our conference planned. I hope all of you enjoyed and given a landmark for the future. Okay. So thank you very much. Take the photo. Come, Ala.
No, right? No. Okay. This one. This is, I want to. Thank you all. To officially express our gratitude to everyone who made this monumental event a reality, I invite Professor H.N. Ramesh to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good evening. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. So I have the pleasant duty of thanking each and every one who made this 2 days conference a grand success. I think it's a coincidence that I have been given this opportunity because I have seen Professor T.G. Sitaram as 19 years old boy, as my 1 year senior in BDT College of Engineering till today. Even today, we have not have a lot of interaction. We only just have lot of love and affection through heart only. So that is the kind of relationship myself and Sitaram is having. And I want to thank, starting from the organizers, means the 40 plus students of Sitaram and the well-wishers who started this work under the leadership of Professor Ambalagan and Dr. Parthasarathi. So they have done incredible work, and I have seen last 2-3 months, we used to have online meeting, even Ramulu from AICT used to join us, and everyone, we used to have the strategy, and then last 15 days, alternate days, we used to meet online, minimum half an hour to 45 minutes. That is the kind of hard work they have done, and on behalf of all of you, I thank them profusely, and let us give them a big hand. Without their efforts, this would not have been possible. And yesterday, we started our function with all these efforts. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of VTU was the chief guest, along with the Chancellor of Yoga University, Nagendra Guruji, and the former MP and also the BDT College alumni and IISc alumni, Mr. Janardhan Swami, and all dignitaries have started the function with a big bang. And Professor Sitaram has given his life history in a very brief way, and everybody was touching, and it was sentimentally we started the inaugural function. After that, we thank all the dignitaries who graced the occasion yesterday morning, and after that, the technical session started. All the students of Professor Sitaram have presented, and many experts were the chairs and co-chairs and made all the sessions successful. And in the afternoon, the Hazarika from Japan and other earthquake geotechnical experts, Professor S.K. Prasad and Premalata and Vijayendra, everybody shared their experiences of the earthquake geotechnical engineering, where Professor Sitaram is instrumental in initiating this, and it has developed as a big subject. And we thank all the expert panels, the experts who made all the sessions, and also the presenters who made all the sessions most successful. Let us give them a big hand. Without them, it would not have been a success. And after that, evening we had a very nice cultural evening, and Professor Sitaram and Mr. Sitaram and all his well-wishers have enjoyed the cultural function, and we thank them for the wonderful culture program the team has executed. Let us give them a big hand. And followed by the excellent dinner. Again, we thank the organizers for having arranged an excellent dinner. And again, the deliberation started today, and the students of VTU, many students from VTU and many teachers, even from North Karnataka, when the VTU sponsored us with a platinum sponsor with 20 lakhs, the Professor Nagaraj Patil has insisted, sir, we want to introduce the North Karnataka professors, because Bangalore professors will have the exposure. We want to send them. And then most of the delegates are from North Karnataka, and really they enjoyed. And many students, and also I saw the Oxford College of Engineering, Polytechnic, and the engineering students had attended from Mysore. Various colleges, the students have attended, and they have enjoyed the program and enhanced their knowledge. We thank the college authorities and also the VTU authorities for having sponsored and sent the students and the faculty members to this 2 days program. And after that, we also observed that the function went on very well, and it is because of the financial sponsors, starting from VTU, Manipal University, Madanapalli University, so many engineering colleges, local chapters. Without them, this function would not have been a grand success. I thank all the sponsors for having sponsored this event. Please give them a big hand. And one more important thing Professor Ambalagan has announced just now. The organizers led by Ambalagan, Parsarthi and all the students of TGS, they have decided to have a Sitaram chair wherein the poor and intelligent students will be encouraged every year, and for that Indian Institute of Science needs 1 crore. We are almost nearer to that, I think so. Professor Ambalagan, we are around 85 lakhs. That's what Professor Ambalagan is telling, and still it's open. The donors can, the well-wishers of Professor Sitaram can give. But honestly saying, all these things Professor Sitaram is not aware, honestly telling. And even the chief guest, he was not aware, he has not called anybody. It is he has given full responsibility to his students and the organizers, and it shows his big heart. He was open mind and he has accepted, and he always encouraged students. And 1 or 2 meetings we called him online. He came, and with lot of the humility he came and he talked for 5 minutes and left. So that is the kind of person Professor Sitaram is. And today many chapters and well-wishers have felicitated Professor Sitaram. We, on behalf of the organizers and myself, on behalf of myself, I thank all the organizers, chapters, well-wishers for having felicitated Professor Sitaram, for which he richly deserves. And in the concluding function, we can see, very, very simple human being, Padma Shri Prahlad Ramarao. He is the proud alumni of UVCE. When I was the principal of UVCE, I used to call him all the time, and even for the Oxford College of Engineering he came. He is very, very simple human being, but he came to limelight during the recent war. You can see his article, you could have seen, "My baby is crying." So like that, his sentiments he expressed, his 15 years of hard work, came to surface. Let us give him a big hand. We are really proud of you, sir, for your service to the nation. And we thank you very much for having graced this occasion, and it's a very good finishing thing from our side with your presence. And and the Honorable Vice Chancellor, who recently became the Vice Chancellor of Davangere University, who was our esteemed colleague in VTU, he was the registrar. He has come and talked very nicely about Professor Sitaram. Thank you very much, sir, for having graced this occasion. And one more towering personality who is sitting here, who is our IGS President and also ISSMG Vice President. He is an international man now. He has come and he has stayed 2 days with us. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion. And also one more person, our IGS Honorary Secretary, Professor A.P. Singh, who has graced the occasion. Thank you very much, sir. And our Indian Institute of Science Civil Engineering Department, the professor, head of the department, and it is ably represented by our Dr. Raghuveer Rao, who is there. They have supported nicely, and without them, we would not have conducted this function very well. And the auditorium, 2 days we have used for the function and also parallel sessions. We thank the authorities for that. And the persons behind all this success are the volunteers. They richly deserve the felicitation. They are felicitated by Professor Sitaram. Without their efforts, it would not have been possible. They have taken care of the gas, picking and dropping of the gas from the airport, and food arrangements, and also all the arrangements meticulously it is arranged because of them. Let us give them a big hand. Thank you very much. And there are so many people responsible. It is a teamwork. It's a wonderful teamwork, right from the top to bottom. It may be, the electrical things. It may be mic arrangements and the experts. So there are so many people which helped. It is a very, very big teamwork, and it's a hard work of since 1 year. And lastly, but not the least, we as organizers, on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of all of you, I thank the family members of Professor Sitaram and also Professor Sitaram and Mrs. Sitaram, who are kind enough to accept our invitation and stayed with us for 2 days and graced the occasion and made this function a wonderful success. Thank you very much to both of you. And I thank all the well-wishers, the colleagues, former colleagues, all over India, all over the world, who wished him and wished this program 2 days directly or indirectly. And also our Dr. Karibasappa, who has come all the way from Australia. He was, the research associate of Sitaram. Of course, he was a student along with Sitaram, and then he became research associate. He also came at the last minute. Thank you very much. And all his former students, so many people have graced the occasion. And if I have missed any names, please excuse me. And our honorable EC member of VTU, he is also there, and he was there in the yesterday, and today also he came and felicitated Professor Sitaram. And I thank each and everyone who are responsible for this program to be made successful. Thanks to one and all. And if I have missed out anybody, please don't mistake me. I thank each and everyone. And finally, lastly but not the least, I wish Dr. Sitaram, Professor Sitaram, a long, healthy, prosperous, professional, retired life. Wish you all the best, Professor Sitaram and Mrs. Sitaram. Thank you very much.
Can I request everybody to stand up? We are concluding. Before we conclude, I request all of you to help me giving a tribute and respect to Professor Sitaram by clapping 20 seconds non-stop, and we'll conclude. Thank you.
I want to thank you and Mr. and Dr. Ramesh. Once you are done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. On behalf of all students of Professor T.G. Sitaram, 40 plus PhD scholars Professor has guided, and so many postdoctoral fellows and master students. Actually, all of us were working remotely, especially contributing to the technical session teams. We were not able to be present physically, so we all were represented by Professor Anbalagan, who has single-handedly handled all the logistics, supported by Professor H.N. Ramesh, Dr. Parthasarathi, Dr. Raghuveer Rao, Professor S.K. Prasad, and all others. Every Sunday and Wednesday, Dr. Partha used to host Zoom meetings, and Anbu sir, how much, even the day before the conference, till 9:30 he was working here looking at the micro aspects. So salute to the team who was at IISc and Bangalore, and also thanks to IISc Bangalore chapter. So on behalf of all the students of Professor T.G. Sitaram, we were not able to be present here physically, but you have been handling the show. So thank you, salute to you. Thank you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the valedictory function of TGS 2026. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. We sincerely appreciate your participation and engagement over the past 2 days. We invite you all for some refreshment arranged in the basement dining area. We wish you a safe journey ahead and hope to see you at the future gathering. Yeah, please pick up your packed food from the basement area. We wish you a safe journey and hope to see you at our future gathering. Have a wonderful evening. Namaskara.